So I will announce this meeting. This is Harold Zawadzki. I'm the chairman of the Board of Assessment Appeals in Fairfield. Today is Tuesday, April the 20th. The time is 4:09 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. Kathleen, can you please do a roll call?
Sure. So Judy Zablack. Here. Harold Zawadzki.
Here.
Ronique Patel.
Here.
Paulette Kuzo.
Here.
I'm Kathleen Griffin. I'm here. And let's see if I can remember the other four. Catherine Gibb, not here. John Spolier is not here, but I think he's joining us at 6. Alexis Harrison is not here, and we did get an email that she was sick, so she won't be joining us tonight at 6. She was normally going to come on and do some of her beach properties, so she won't be with us. And who did I miss? Peter Rupert is not here.
And Catherine Gibb.
Yeah, I said her first, but yeah, Peter Rupert. Okay. So Peter, John, Alexis, and Catherine are not here.
All right. This is Harold Zawadzki, and I would suggest that we announce our names before we speak. It'll give us a little bit more clarity, and we won't be tripping over each other's words. So tonight, the item of our agenda is to do deliberation and vote upon appeals properly brought before the board. And I believe some of the board members have appeals to present. So, Ronique, do you want to begin?
Sure. Like before, I still need kind of help like going through some of the Fairfield properties or beach properties. So we're not going to, are we looking at Creek yet or no?
Kathleen, what?
I'm sorry. Yeah, microphone's a little slow this morning. I can't. So what was your question? Are we doing the Creek? Is that what your question was? Yeah, but do you have any left on the Creek? I don't think you do.
All of mine that are left are the Creek.
Both of yours we took no action on, right? So. Yeah, I think you can do whatever you're ready at this point. Alexis did on FB8 last night. You know, she did both sides, so I think we're fine. Okay. Whatever you want to get off your plate, and I think that's good.
Okay, so then maybe we might be able to get through all of these. So we'll see. So let's start with appeal number 272. And I'm going to pull up mine as well before I make a motion. Appeal number 272. Here we go. Okay. So appeal number 272 for 1275 Fairfield Beach Road for Robert Nicola for a current value of $887,800, requesting a value of $750,000. And I'm motioning to approve the appellant's requested value of $750,000.
This is Harold. I'll second.
Great, thank you so much. So just a few things about this property. Jeff Smith, who was the appraiser, was on the property or was at the hearing. And so a couple of things that he mentioned is that he said it's a small property, but so it's really only 640 square feet, so it's super tiny. There's been no recent updates at all. It's a 2-bedroom. When I asked him about comparables or comparables, he looked at 1289 Fairfield, which is on the ocean side, which sold for $850,000. 1271 Fairfield, which is also larger, 25% larger, with a 3rd bedroom and garage, which sold at $865,000. And then he looked at other properties kind of outside that Fairfield Beach area. Look at like 26 Lighthouse. That one had a direct waterfront. It had a double lot size, and that sold for $496,800. But I don't know how relevant that would really be for this property. And he also looked at 845 Beach, which is a much larger lot. It was a foreclosure, and so Jeff Smith, the appraiser, adjusted for 10% of it and came up with a value of $802,100. So I mean, even with the two appraisals at 850 and 865, because they were larger, they just felt that with the two comparable sales, they felt they were larger and he should be at 8,750. And it's owner occupied from Memorial Day to Labor Day, so they're not exactly there all the time. And they can only rent it out to one occupant at a time. So for documents, he didn't really give me a whole lot, but he just verbally kind of told me the comparable sales and didn't give me dates. But I also don't think he's that far from the number when it comes to those comparables and considering how small this house is. Oh, sorry, Judy.
Hi, it's Judy. Where are the appraisals? I don't see them in this file.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't remember whether they gave me appraisal, but if they did, it would have been with the file, would have been attached with the documents. But that was the first day of me for doing my appeals, so I don't see how it meet. And I don't remember if I'm giving an appraisal, but the appraiser was there.
Well, the appraiser was there. You just don't have a copy of this in writing. Okay.
This is
Right.
Harold. I believe I was there, and there was someone there to assist the petitioner. So I do believe that appraisal was submitted. I do see that there was a change made as a result of the informal hearing, and there was some reduction done at that time. I see
Yeah, I
that there
noticed
is a
that too.
condition factor of 0.85 on the land for the size.
So this is Kathleen Ronick. Did it just, I see the sale day of 12/16/2020. Did that just mean they just put it into an LLC, but the appellant was still Diana Nicola? Is that right?
Exactly. So they
Okay.
just put it into the LLC. And I think the biggest reason for the jump, because if you'll notice, the assessed value last time was $438,900, and it jumped to $661,570. We lowered it back in 2010, so I'm just assuming that whatever override that we had just kind of fell off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is Kathleen. I also see the land value is higher than what they want to go to 750. You have the land at 859,400, right? That's the land value on the card. So even as a tear down, if it's beachfront property, you know, is it worth 750? You know, because it is a 0.07. It's a smaller lot, but it is oceanfront lot. So I guess that, you know, I'd have to look at the comps and see the 1289. I haven't looked those up yet. Those are what, further down the beach. I don't know if those are FB8s or not. And
Yeah,
they appealed
so the comps was...
They appealed the
sorry.
creek lot separately, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 560 square feet. I mean, how much can this thing, I mean, I realize that it's got frontage, but really, how are you going to, I mean, how are you going to build on that, Paulette?
I'm not. I can't.
Exactly. Exactly. I
And,
would actually, lacking the appraisals, but he did have the appraiser speak. I don't think he's unreasonable at all.
Yeah, one of his.
And for...
This is Kathleen.
This is
His
Rodney.
1289
Oh.
Fairfield Beach Road sold for $850 in 2018, but it just closed in March for $1,170,000. Now I don't know if it's the same house, and you know, obviously that's a closure in March, but if that's a similar frontage and house size, I don't know.
Well, this is Harold. That land unit is also 3,250 square feet. So it's similar size, and the land value there is 854,500, which is similar to the appeal amount.
Right, and if this is Ronique, also if you guys wanted to look at appeal number 273 is the appellant's other property, the Creekside parking lot.
Well, I think that the comparison of the 1275 to the other property is appropriate.
This is Kathleen Ross. Can you call it up on the GIS? Can you call up the subject property?
Yeah, this is Ross. I can do that, and I'm also having someone check the file and see if the appraisal's in it. And if it is, we'll have it scanned in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, the point that, this is Harold, the point I'm making is that 1275 and 1289 have exactly the same number of square feet in land. And they both have the condition factor reduced to 0.85.
Okay.
Right, so this is Kathleen. So that's why really looking at the value of the land now, I think one of them was a tear down. Was 1289 a tear down or no? Maybe not.
It looks like a newer house, but it's listed on the card as a built in 1894 because they might have used the same foundation. This house could
Right.
never in that year. There's no way.
Right, so it probably sold for $850 in 2018, and maybe it was fixed up after that. I'm not sure because it looked like it was an LLC, and it,
Okay.
I don't know, tough to tell. And again, to watch out whether there's creekside lots in those sale prices, right? We need to watch for that. 1289 may have had a creekside lot with it for the $1,150,000.
Oh,
That house, 1289 was also 2,028 square feet, by the way. So, like over 3 times the size of this property, of this house.
Right, but it's more the land value, right? So where's the subject?
Excuse me, it had a creekside lot with it.
Yeah,
Has
yes, it does. So that's appeal number 273.
No, I'm talking about 1289. 1289, the more expensive house,
Oh,
had a side lot for 2 additional parking spaces.
I'm not sure if they do or not.
this is Harold. Ross has put up the image of the land.
What is it?
Well, I would, yes, thank you.
1275.
Yeah, 1289 does have a creekside property with a garage.
I thought I just said
This
that.
is Ronique. Oh, I thought you were asking. My apologies.
No. There's 1275.
Yeah, this is Ross. I have the appraisal, and I'll be loading it up in a second here.
Also, there is, okay.
Which one, can you guys see which one is the subject prop? 1275. I see it's where that 79 number is.
Yeah.
So they have similar frontage as 1289 on the beach, right? It looks like it's about the same width. I can't tell if it's a little higher. All right, 1289 is 2 to the left. I think
It's,
so.
it's the 2 houses that have white cars in front of them.
Right.
Thank you, Harold.
And his other comp was what, 1271? Which is the next one next to it, that the other side.
Yeah. 1271 seems so similar with land. I mean, a little bit more on the beach, but It's also 25% larger with 3 bedrooms and a garage
Mm-hmm.
for $865.
In
have to pay
2019,
the eight.
September of 19, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that one sold for $865. We have it appraised at $887, and he's asking for $750.
Yeah, but didn't time adjust it, right? No.
Well, the appraisal's not in there, but I guess Ross is uploading it. I mean, did you want to look at in the meantime, the Creekside property at 270, repeal 273 to kind of combine them both?
Yeah, 1271 was 897 square feet, right? So it's a small little, is the subject about that same square footage?
So the subject is smaller.
Smaller
so
than
the
897? Okay.
Yeah.
640 square feet.
Versus
Thank
897,
you.
okay.
That's almost 300, okay.
Yeah. 250 square feet smaller.
Yeah, so the subject at 640, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at 1271 right now, looking at the card, the dwelling's only worth 50,000. It's the land on 1271 that the town has at 862. So the value obviously is in the land. So I guess we need to decide, right? Is the land worth 750?
Right.
And those are older.
This is Ross. Yeah, this is Ross. The appraisal is loaded, so if you refresh, you should be able to see it. Oh, I think I put it in
Thank you.
273. I think I put it into 273. Is that correct? Yeah, I put it into 273. I'm going to put it in
I see
272.
273. Yeah, this is Veronique. I see it in 273, so the appraisal's there.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Ross. Yeah, on the appraisal, I don't see time adjustments, but he did adjust for the difference in square footage, bedrooms.
Well, he says it's a legal non-conforming lot. I mean, how is that going to be to rebuild on that? It's going to be, to use this as land. You're looking at land like, okay, you know what, you could tear it down. I don't think this is a good candidate for that.
I don't
Yeah.
think so either. And I bet you that's why the other property at 12, where are we? 1289 says it's built in 18 something because they probably use the same foundation and they can go over it, but they can't really expand it. So that's my guess
Right.
based on the fact that they're using. So it might have been bigger to start with. We're not going to get this. You're going to maybe, if you're lucky, with what, 1,200 change, if somebody did it.
That's it, yeah. So when you look at land, you figure, if you think the property is worth, it's not a tear down possibility because then you can't, I don't see that happening at all. So we have to be careful with this. I don't think he's unreasonable. I think the 750 is very reasonable. I think it's probably a little high. Well, I almost want to say it's a little on the high side, but we have an appraisal here.
Less. I would ask
Well-
lower even.
I mean, this is Harold. People are tearing down these homes and building new homes on these narrow lots.
This is
Yeah.
a non-conforming lot, Harold.
Pardon?
Aren't they all non-conforming down there? I mean, what percentage is non-conforming at, Ross or anybody can answer that. I don't know the answer to that, but I would think most of these smaller lots are non-conforming.
It's very small, so what could have been okay 5 years ago or 10 years ago is not okay today. So, I don't know why we're going crazy questioning this when we have this right in front of us. We have an
This is
appraisal.
only because they're older sales. They're more than a year old, right? The first one is a 2018 sale, January 18. The second one is September 19. And the third one is January 2020. So they're just,
Or
There.
2020.
Yeah,
What's wrong with-
yeah, and the fourth one is April of 2018. So it's just not a, it's not an appraisal from, close to October 1, 2020. And, properties down there have gone up a lot. We know that. And at the land values on the creek lots were 700,000. So beachfront, I just think 750 is too low.
This is Paulette. Not everything went up in value. We've talked about that before. Every time I talk about it, I get you back. So I won't say the address, but not every property went up in value. So you can't just blanketly say everything went up. So I think 850 is too much. I'm looking at the appraisal. People don't like the appraisal. I'm not even looking at it. I'm looking at the size of the house, the footprint of the house. If he could build on it, probably right off that footprint, what could be done? And then how marketable is it if it were done that way? So I don't see where 850 is correct. The house on 1289 is a bigger house with that land value. The land is more valuable. They were able to do more with it. I don't think 750 is, I think we're unreasonable.
I agree, Paulette.
Thank you, Judy.
Before
All right,
we
and-
vote, I mean, should we, this is Veronique, before we vote, should we look at voting for appeal number 273 as well? Because that is the, that's the other property on Creekside. So do we vote on them together?
This is Harold. I believe that we have to vote on each one separately because each one was petitioned separately.
This is Kathleen. Yeah, I think that's what we decided. We can consider them together, especially if it's a sale, right? Or we're looking at a comparable sale, we would combine the other two properties because often the sale price is in it. So if you look at the two together to compare to another sale that had that dollar amount in both of them. So in other words, does that 850 include two pieces of property for 850 or one piece of property? And the same with 1271. Is that, even though it's an older sale, is that 865 price or did he adjust for that in the appraisal?
Well, did 271 include property across the road?
No. So, well, appeal number 272 does not include the Creekside property. The Creekside property is appeal number 273, and we have that currently valued at $47,800, and he's requesting for that one to be dropped by $10,000 to $37,500. So they're separate.
No. The question I was asking was, I misspoke. I meant to say the property of 1289.
Oh,
I understood your question, Harold. I
Yeah.
understood. Yeah. So we want to, like, the other sales that were noted is, but Harold's asking on the other sales that were noted, did they include the Creekside property or was it just the house and the Creekside property was additional? So I guess if you wanted to find that out, then we could just go to that parcel number and see whether or not that changed hands. You just go to Vision and look under that address.
Which 1289 or the one across the street?
Ms. Kelly, I think 1271 is the best. That's a bungalow, right? And it's a little bit bigger. It's 897 with no basement. I'm just looking at, that the subject property has central air. The 1271 does not have central air. Neither one has a garage. They've no one fireplace in 1271. But they are, even though 1271 is bigger, I think the lots are almost the same. The age is about the same. I think that might be the best of the comps. It just sold in September of 19 for 865. So did 1271 include a lot as well for the 865 price?
This is how it's in better condition. I don't know if it's a rental property. Obviously, with the signage on the subject property, it is rental. The 1271 does have air conditioning.
No, the subject property has air conditioning.
And 1271 has air conditioning.
Oh, okay. The appraisal said no.
On the card, it says air conditioning.
The 1271 also has a fireplace. And it's a 3-bedroom house, and it's, 897, 900 square feet, as opposed to a little more than 600. That is the subject.
And it's appraised for 913,000. It sold for 865 in September of 2019.
Yeah, with an extra bedroom and a lot more square footage.
Right, and the subject property is less than that.
So this is Kathleen. So 1271 is on the market to be built as a 3,200 square foot home, 5 bedrooms, 4 baths on that small lot. New construction to be built, direct waterfront, private beach, 4 marble bathrooms. So now that is a slightly larger footprint, but they have it listed, to be built at 3,200 square feet for $2.2 million.
The $2 million too basically says that property is worth $700,000.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
say that again?
If they're listing a new build at 2.2, they're basically saying that property, every single builder rule of thumb would say that property is worth 7.25, 700, 725.
Right, but what I'm saying is they can put a 3,000 square foot house on that very.
That's not what it is. Just because they can do something with it. Kathleen, if you have a cape and you could make a 2-car garage and your house will be worth more, doesn't mean that you should be assessed more now,
It's not,
right?
but it has more value.
My point is
The
the value.
possibility of being able to build something you should be taxed more.
No, this is Kathleen. My point, I think from the beginning has been there's value in the land. And the argument was because it's such a small square footprint, they can't really build anything very big on it. But on a house that's a little bit bigger, they can put a 3,200 square foot house on the same size lot with a little bit bigger footprint. So all I'm saying is the values in the land here, can they put, maybe it's not going to be a 3,200 square foot house on there, but they might be able to put a 2,800 square foot house.
So this-
The other one suggests, here's what the rule of thumb is. It's 1/3. The land is 1/3 of the cost of the finished product, right? So if you see this other one on the market at 2.2, that land is not worth more than 7.25 to any builder, that land. So he's basically telling you what the price is. But then again, now here we are talking about a home that's on the market as opposed to comparable sales as of October 1. And if there were any comparable sales as of October 1, the appraiser had to go back rather than go through another area that didn't have many true comparables. So there's certain times that it's okay for an appraiser to go back in time to get something as close as possible. He's right on the money. I think the appraisal is high. I still do.
This is Harold. If we are looking at the value of the land, then even if we were to consider this as a tear down property, the value is still there in the land. If we discount the house completely and not talk about what could be built on it, and if we feel that we have the comparable at 1271, and this house does have a separate property that has been petitioned to the board across the street, which we'll get to in a minute. I mean, we still have the value of the land. Are we disputing the value of the land or the value of the entire property?
Well, this is Veronique. I just have one question. I mean, so 1271, did the sale of that, like you said, Harold, did we confirm that sale of that included the Creekside parking lot?
I don't think we got an answer on that.
Oh, I can go look it
This
up.
is
What
Ron.
would be the Creekside property that goes along, that is there with that? Can you tell me that? What's the address?
Creekside lot with 1271.
Oh, okay, there you go.
What was
There's
he? No, none.
1280,
Creekside lot. Okay.
1281 does have a Creekside lot.
No Creekside. Okay.
But it has a garage on the property, 1271 does.
Okay.
Yeah. don't think it's
Any
being-
further discussion, or can we take this to a vote?
Yeah, I don't think he's being that unreasonable, especially with 1271 selling for 865,000. Yes, it was September 2019, but I mean, if you'd have to tear it down, and that sold for 865, he's appraised at 887 for a smaller property. I totally get the sale of the land. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm belaboring the point. We can
Okay.
vote.
So all those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested amount, please raise your hand. I have 2 in favor, 3 in favor. Opposed, please raise your hand. 2 opposed. The motion is carried. The vote is 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Harold and Kathleen opposed. Thank you, Jake. That was good.
Yeah, then we can look at
Yes,
if you
Paulette,
want
I
to call
see
the
your
vote
hand.
273.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to mention again that, you know, we're looking, some of this agreement, I think, comes from the way it's done. The assessor's got a land curve, and that's his right, I suppose. I don't know what they're supposed to do, but I'm assuming that's right. Our job is to look at the fair market value, the price that someone would pay. And as Judy said, when you price a house at 2.2, the land value is 700. That's a rule of thumb. That's like the Bible for the builders that are building. They're valuing their land at that price based on the price that they asked for the house. So we have to keep that in mind, that is the fair market value. It doesn't have anything to do with the land curve. It has to do with the fair market value of the property. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, well, you know, that, I have to say there's got to be some exceptions to that rule, because, you know, when I watch properties, what's that show on TV about properties in LA?
No, Harold. No, Harold. No, no.
It's
don't
all
wanna-
got to be based upon location.
No, and it's all a simple calculation. In Fairfield County, it's 1/3. And I appreciate the fact that you watched that. I have been on HGTV twice. Okay, so those reality television shows are not reality at all. I've been on there twice. Okay, that's experience.
Okay, well, you have the experience.
Nothing else.
I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's got to be some outliers here somewhere in Fairfield. Okay, let's move on.
There are outliers. What he's asking and what he gets are two different things. He may ask that and end up with less, and then the land is worth less. You know, you just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah. That's all right. We've got to do this at this place and time. And I think that, you know, just doing it on the reality of what is today makes sense. Okay, Ronique, you want to do that little parcel across the street or something else?
Yeah, no, the little parcel would be perfect because we just voted on 272. So I would like to bring to the board appeal number 273 at 1276 Fairfield Beach Road for Robert Nicola for a current value of $47,800 down to the appellant's requested value of $37,500. And I'm motioning to approve the appellant's requested value of $37,500.
I'll second it, Judy.
Thank you. So this is the Creekside property. His point was made on this one is that if you look even at the photo on the field card, there's a sloped area off the seawall, which you can't park completely up to it. So there's approximately 9 to 10 feet of parking lot, and so the sloped area reduces the square footage by 200 square feet. But one could probably make the case saying that you might be able to level it off, but I'm not sure if that's possible. So he's just
And
basically
this is
saying
Harold,
that he
probably,
wants.
probably not if it's there as a barrier to the creek waters. And he's probably happy to have that.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
So
bu- it's a
basically, he was
bulkhead.
basically,
That's
Yeah,
5% of the parcel price across the street that we just approved. That's 5%. And I think that is more than reasonable. Think about it. 5%. That's what the number is. And you can't do too much with that. You can't, the thought is, Monique, that was a good question. Hey, maybe you could fill it in. But the fact of the matter, even if he could fill it in, it doesn't matter because that's not how the property sits or sat on October.
There it is. Okay, I see it
Yeah.
now.
So Ronique, this is Kathleen. How did he come up with this value?
so he just basically reduced it by 200 square feet on a square footage basis because that's the part where it slopes off, and came up with 37,500.
Well, this is Harold. That's actually also 37,500 is 5% of the $750,000 that we just approved.
Yeah, but no, this is Kathleen. We've been valuing, we have the creekside lots in a certain way as a value of a creekside lot, not the value of a beachside lot, right? We took a sale, or I shouldn't say that. That's how the town came up with all the creekside lot values. They didn't take them as a percentage of the main property. They took them at, they compared them all to themselves and changed the size, made them all WP4s and all of that on the creekside lots. So, that's how the town valued them. If we're going to start valuing them based on the size of the lot of the main property, that's a whole different, way to go down the road. So just need to, I think it adds parking value. We had that $55,000 sale down the street from 2000. I know it was older from 17, but there's value in those creekside lots. I listened to some of the deliberations and people said my house is worth way more just because it comes with it, because there's a creekside lot, more than 50 on the creekside lots. So this gives you all that extra parking. So
I'd like to ask the assessor if the value that, in this particular instance, if the value was derived as a percentage of the land value of the main property or of other creekside properties and based on the land curve.
This is Ronique. Before Ross answers that, I just want to clarify. I just did the calculation really quick on the square footage basis. So even if you took 200 off the square footage, the 200 off the square footage and it would have been 35,053. So I stand corrected. It actually is just 5% off the main home. For 750. But go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, this is Ross. It's valued consistent with all the other creekside lots.
Okay.
It,
And not necessarily, this is Harold, and not necessarily related to the value of the land on the beach side. Is that correct? Yes, Paulette. I see your picture.
Ross, answer.
Yeah, I want to make sure you understand that they are looked at together when we're doing the final numbers, but the allocation for the creekside was done based on other creekside properties.
Okay, and that's how the calculation was done by the system as you plugged in the information. Is that correct?
Right. It's done as a creekside lot, the same as all the other creekside, or even a parcel that is one parcel with a beach and a creekside. All the
Okay,
creekside areas will be valued in the same manner with the same neighborhood code, special calc, and percent good condition code.
okay, thanks. Paulette? Yes, Paulette?
thank you. Just that, I was just gonna say, we keep talking about the comps and that sale from 2017 has no bearing on this. If an appraiser can't use a comp from 2018, we can't use one from 2017, even if it may be the only one, because it was the only one probably. And if it was sold to a person who wanted it, supply and demand for 55,000, that was the selling price then. We don't know what it would be today. So I can't go with that 50, I can't go with that lot. I don't think this man's unreasonable, and I don't know how we value those lands on the creek side. Every piece of property to me is individual and has its own individual value. I don't think asking for $37,000 for parking lot is that ridiculous. How much you want to pay to park? What does it cost to park a car these days? I don't think it's about $47,000.
Again, it depends on where you are. A parking lot to be purchased in New York City is $200,000 to $300,000. That's,
Except for,
so again, location. But you mentioned appraisals. Do we have an appraisal on this particular appeal?
no, I'm talking about the one before it. We did
Oh, okay.
a year ago or 2 years ago. So if
I was
2018,
thinking the same thing, Paulette.
what?
I was thinking the same thing because, you know what, if we're going to judge on an appraisal from a couple of years ago for an appellant, we can't change the rules for us.
No, this is Kathleen. I think you can use them. I think you have to time adjust for them and be appropriate
But
for
you
them.
don't have anything to go to time adjust for it.
Well, it's from
And we don't
7.
know whether that was an arm's length transaction either.
Somebody else bid on it as well. So there were multiple parties interested in that lot. There were more than one bid for that parking lot down the end of the creek. So all I'm saying is, did that set a market value? Maybe not perfectly, but it gave you some idea of what the creekside lots might be worth in the beach area back in 17 when the demand wasn't what it is today at 55, at 55. So it may be worth a lot more than that today. And they're right. It's hard to figure that out because it goes in the price of the house. So you look at the creekside houses, right? And what are those selling for? And that's what Ross did, I think, try to figure out some land values in there and try to make them consistent. So we're not having to, if we think the creekside lots are all overvalued, then maybe we should drop them all by 20%. I don't know, but we have to have a reason to think that we should do do differently than what the assessor did. That's how I feel, right? Somebody has to be
right 100% of the time. Obviously, he was,
No, I know, but he tried to be consistent. So the question is, do we want to be consistent, or are we going to jump? Are we just going to evaluate each one individually? I don't know.
Let's please use our Carol speaking. Let's please use our names so that we're not tripping over each other. But I just want to say that in the last appeal, we took into consideration the size of the living space, the condition of the property. Here, there's no living space to consider. There's no condition issues to consider. It's just a land value. And so I think we have to look at just the land value as it stands and based upon the size and the location and other calculations of land value in the area. Yes,
Carol, it's Judy. Well, you know what? I'm going to differ on that. When you said we just took into account the size of the property, the size of the house, and the condition of the house, I looked at the land value there. I just looked at the land value there, and I actually thought the 750 was high. I thought it really probably should be around 700. So
well, then we wasted a lot of time speaking about the house and the size and square footage. Okay. Ronit, do you have anything further to say since you heard this appeal?
No, that's pretty much it. So I'm ready to vote whenever anyone else is.
Yes, I agree. I'll call the vote if there's no further discussion. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, just raise your hand. All those opposed? The motion is carried. The vote is 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Harold and Kathleen opposed.
hey, you know what? this, you know what it looks like to me? That we just, I think we just set a standard that the Creekside properties for parking are at a percentage of the value of the property. Because that's what this one
Well,
is, right?
this is Rodney.
Paulette, does that make
Appraisal
sense?
value-
Yes, it does. Perfect sense.
We just set the standard with this house. I think it's going to make everything else a lot easier.
Me too.
Well-
Want it to
Ronnie, did you want to say
Yes, this
something?
is Rodney. Yeah, so with the comparing it to the main house, even the appraised value to the other appraised value of the property in the creek, it's not real clear percentage because it's a little over 5%. It's not exactly 5%. But I did think that because we did lower to 750, I felt the Creekside should have been also lowered. So that's why I voted in favor of it. But I don't think it's a set percentage from house to parking lot.
that was a good way to look at it. Percentages and numbers. I like that.
But thank you. So we can look at another complicated one if you guys like. So, appeal number 482, and that's for 2082 Fairfield Beach Road for Scott Lipstrew. And the town value is $204,300. The appellant is requesting a value of $121,306.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's Judy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jude.
What do we-
This one was also, Ross, this was also supposed to have supporting documents. Are all the supporting documents in? This was the first day of appeals. I'm surprised they're not in yet.
Yeah, they should all be. I mean, we were scanning and attaching pretty feverishly there in the beginning.
Yeah, so maybe we need to hold off on this one because I don't see the supporting documents. He had like a book of documents on this appeal.
This is Kathleen. There's 12 pages. It's a lot more than that. Rooney, it's 482,
What's that?
right?
482, yeah.
Yeah, there are some spreadsheets in there with some highlights, and there's some pictures of other cards, of properties, of neighboring garages.
Yeah, I had the feeling that there was actually more documents, but that's okay. For this property, just a couple of things. So there's two lots on this as well, right? And so he's going off of a lot size. He doesn't have an appraisal, but he did his best to kind of put together a comparison with some of the other Fairfield Beach area properties. And so there's no comparable sales on Creekside when he went off the lot size. The other properties he was looking at has more frontage of water. And there's only one parking that this house has where the neighbors have more. So he was looking at appraisals. So there's two houses which had lower values of appraisals, like 2076 and 2060. And they have a full kitchen and bath and an office, even though it's not a house, but they still have it renovated where there's a kitchen and bath in that little lot. It's non-residential, obviously, and the primary is across the street. So really what he's appealing is the Creekside property. So there is an office and a garage and a half bath with this property across the street from the main house. And he's not appealing the main house, he's only appealing the Creekside property.
What does this belong to, 2081?
I want to say yes, but let me double check.
Yeah, it does. Yep, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yep. So he's not appealing that house. I just think, to go from 204 to 121 and not appealing the main house, he must be okay with the appraisal on the one house. That's a big jump.
$81.
Harold, you're on mute.
So if I look at that and I apply the 5% for the Creekside, I come out when the land on the Creekside is 62.7 and his improvements of, I guess, another $60,000.
Well, we
I
have
have the
the
fair market value.
Yeah, I mean, the actual building itself, we have appraised at 144,800. So if you're looking at just the building and not the land, the building
Right.
we have it appraised at 1.8, and you're right, the land would be 60.
If you went off of 5%. I think 144 for that building is a lot of money. I don't think it's that much. There's not even a kitchen in there, right?
There's
So-
air
It's,
conditioning.
There is no kitchen, it's just
2.25 I'm sorry. But
Harold, you're on mute.
Yes, thank you. I believe that there is living space, 770 square feet of living space in this building.
But what are you gonna do with it?
Living space is not the same as finished space.
There's no kitchen. There's a half bath. There's not even a full bath, so I wouldn't really call that living space.
You can't call that living space.
It's being used as a studio, that's true.
Yeah, just a studio, and it's not being rented, I guess, because he said there's units with apartments generating rental income that are valued lower than this. And that may be what it was in his paperwork that we don't have. We've got something. I'm gonna take a look at that. Let's see. I don't see it. I can't tell from this.
But this one in particular, I mean, we're not looking at sales data because there's no comparable sales on the Creekside, right?
Right.
So that's why he was looking at appraised.
so this is Kathleen. So he's looking at the appraised value of his neighbors, right? Of his neighbors' garages, his neighbors' Creekside lots. The improved lot.
Exactly.
Right. So which one was his 2082?
276. 2076 and 2060 both have full kitchen and bathrooms. So that's why he was looking at those, because those were appraised at higher amounts. So 2076, I mean, that was appraised at 67,400. The total appraisal was 122,400. And so also 2060 is not on here. Hold on. 20.
This is 0.018 of an acre. 0.018.
Yeah, this is revenue. 2060 is 126,700. So what he was basically saying is between 2076 and 2060, because they both have full kitchens, and they're appraised around 120 figure, that's how he came up with 121,306. I mean, that's comparable to what those properties.
Yeah. So Ross, this is Kathleen. Why are those other ones? Can you take a look at the cards, or is there a reason he's much higher than the other ones on this, similar lot sizes, right? The
Well,
land
those are also
size.
big.
He's got the smallest lot out of any of those.
Yeah, but land aside, why is his building valued? a lot?
Exactly, right.
What,
That's what I'm asking.
I'm taking a look at it. Let's see.
Is the 900, this is Kathleen, in the units column, is that the square footage? Like, how do you know how big a garage is it?
Well, this is Ronique. The square footage on it, according to the thing that he used, the building itself is 900 square feet, which is bigger than the other than 2060 and 2076. But the square footage for the land is a lot smaller because he's at 770 square feet, whereas 2076, where everyone else is so much bigger, but 2076 is 1,500 square feet and 2060 is 2,250 square feet.
Yeah, this is Ross. It's the square footage.
And that
Two
square
cars,
footage
they're,
includes a garage. It's not even a usable area. It's a garage.
Yeah, I'm talking about just the structure. His is 3-story, it looks like, versus the others being 1 or 2. So the difference comes from the square footage.
Okay.
so he's got more square footage, but it's not a rentable property. It's not livable property, and the other ones are. Am I misunderstanding that?
The other ones are especially 2070 and 2060, right? Because they're residential apartments being rented out.
Oh, so those are rental properties, and this is unrentable property, unless he does something to it to improve it, if he can. So why would his be valued more just based on size alone? Because this one over here, what is this now? 20? Where are we here? 2124 looks like it's a building. It's 3 stories. I'm just wondering, when we're looking at the market value, a marketable property that can be rented is definitely worth more than a garage with finished space above it that's not livable,
With no kitchen.
with no kitchen and no full bath. So nobody's. So why should his be almost twice as much when it's not really full space?
Even the one that's 2,000 square feet as the Brant was said 97,000 for the building. That's 2,000 square feet. That's twice as much. But we are this property is appraised twice as much as the one that's twice as big as that.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
Which property are you referring to in that last statement?
2116. Look at 2116. It's the one directly underneath 2082 and that and what he sent to us or what he included. So you look at that.
2116?
Yeah. So that's 2,000 square feet as opposed to 900 for the subject. Their total appraisal was 97,000 on the 2,000 square feet as opposed to 204,300 on the 900.
Is that a house? 2116?
No, that's Creekside. The evens are Creekside.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the photograph on the field card. I guess it's a garage port. It's a canopy.
Yeah. See that? And it looks like cabinets. Oh, wow. Interesting. Yeah, cabinets, done. Yeah, this one. Wow. It looks like it was maybe even more than this one. And yeah, those numbers are not making sense for this guy. He's right on the money. He really is. It's right there in black and white and yellow highlighter.
I don't know how this plays into it. This is Harold speaking, but when I look at 2116, I look at the building permits and it shows 75% complete as an elevated boathouse. So I'm not sure how that figures into the calculation of the value of the structure. The land is similar. But I don't know how that affects the structure.
The land is 3 times the size, 2.5 times the size of the subject. See that the subject is 0.018, 2116 is 0.046. It's like it's over 2 times the size.
Yes, in the land, yes, that's
Right,
correct.
right.
Okay. Any other thoughts or items to
I think you
discuss?
presented a very good case. It's Judy. I think you presented a very good case for this.
I'm good with it. I'm ready to go.
This is Harold. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. There's 4 in favor. Opposed? Kathleen opposed. The motion is carried 4-1-0. Ronnie, you have another?
I do. So this, I only have 2 left completely, but we'll look at appeal number
You're gonna be the first
325.
one done.
I know, this is wild.
How exciting.
It's very exciting. But let's not cross that bridge yet. We'll see these next 2 appeals. So, appeal number 325 for 1944 Fairfield Beach Road for Helen and Tim Hapgood. The requested value is $53,000 down to the town's appraised value of $78,600. And I'm motioning to approve the appellant's requested value of $53,000, which is different than on the card.
And Kathleen, I had 55,000 in my spreadsheet. She asked for 53? Okay,
Yeah, she's at 53.
okay.
Thank you for clarifying. Do I have a second?
No, 1 minute, I gotta get the minutes up here. Hold on, let's see.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Is
that's,
it-
appeal
is
number
it-
was,
I'll second, Harold.
Okay. I can wait for you, Kathleen, whenever you're.
it was Harold was the second, right? I got that, so,
Yes.
yep, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. So also Creekside, they can't expand the size of the garage. And so there's no utilities, there's no plumbing or sewage to that building. So they can't put in a kitchen, they can't renovate it to be a space that's livable. It was demolished, the original beach house, and it's a garage, so it's not residential. They looked at this as a percentage standpoint in comparison to the primary house increase. So the primary house increased 2.9%. This one increased 52.6%. I don't think that's really a valid case in this for Creekside versus main property. But she did say that in the appeal. So on the field card as well, there was a kitchen remodel, and apparently it's not correct. But she wasn't being charged for it on the field card, and they bought it in 1999 and they didn't touch the garage since no remodels, and since 1999 they didn't touch it. There's been no remodels made on the garage.
I'm confused. Are we talking about the house or the Creekside property? What about this kitchen?
Just
I'm
the
not,
Creekside.
I'm lost. But the Creekside only has a garage.
On the field card, it said there was a kitchen remodel on there, and so that's why the kitchen was only brought up.
Okay. But
Wait
that's
a
a
minute,
different,
so there's a kitchen remodel in the garage?
That's what showed on the field card, but it's not right.
This is Harold. It appears that the notice or the comment about kitchen remodel is on the wrong card.
oh, okay. Now
Oh,
That's why I wanted
Yeah.
to.
okay.
Okay. So earlier, we discussed the percentage, applying a percentage of the main property to the value of the Creekside property. And I think that this is an example of where that simple calculation may not work. I don't know how you feel about that.
What's
Well,
the appraisal? Go ahead, sorry.
no, go ahead.
What's the address of the main property again?
It's on the card there, I think. There's a card.
1939.
Yeah. Thank you.
The way I look at it is that if we did that 5% calculation, that's just about what the town actually said the value was.
But then I think you have to add in the value of the garage.
Yeah, so if we did use that percentage,
I'd say the garage is
what the
worth
current
it.
appraisal value would be correct, or around along the line, that line. This is Ronique.
And
Because Kathleen, you get the dock too, right? I mean, the garage, they're not valued at that much. It's $13,000, but you'd have to add the 13 to that. Or 12,000? I do my math wrong. 12,000, sorry.
so I think in this instance, the town has it right. Because what he's being requested is less than the amount that we would come up with if we use that rule of thumb that we discussed earlier.
We
I
did that
believe the
before.
town has this right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. We did it
Yes.
before. We based it on the total value of the property with the house or just the land?
The land, this is Harold, the land.
In this case, the land is worth. How much?
84,365 if you calculate that on the appraisal on the house.
On the land, not on the land.
On
house
the we do the 5% Creekside from the valuation of the house, which they didn't contest. So, but you know what? It may not be right on the money, Harold, because maybe we're actually high on the house. Who knows that?
Well, again,
So with the
trying to
13,
compare apples to apples, okay? And let's
Yeah.
stay within the category.
But when we did the last one, we used that 5%. That was 5% of the beachside property, land only or land and house?
Well, it was 5% of the $750,000, as I recall, which gave us the 37.5.
Right, so if the total this is Kathleen, it was of the total property, we took 5% of the total
Total
property. So if we take 5% of 1,687,000, it's gonna be
Right.
whatever that's gonna be.
I think it's going to be higher than what the town has it at.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I think so too.
All right, so I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Kathleen, I didn't see a vote.
I'm sorry, I voted against, whatever
All right.
that was, yeah.
So the vote is 0-5-0. The appeal is not granted, is denied. Thank you, everyone.
So last but not least, wow. Appeal number 581 for Donald Grauer. This was a revisit. So,
This is Kathleen Ronick. I do think you have two left. Did I miss one? Let me just look at my sheet.
Is 245, this is Harold, is 245 still alive?
Yeah, you have 245 and 581. That's according to me. 245 was a no action on it the same night as the other one was. They were both no actions on the 15th.
245,
Virginia
what was the
Moore.
other one?
2262 Fairfield Beach Road. It was a house
No, what
on the creek.
was there
I
another?
don't remember.
That's only.
Yeah. So you got two left, but still, I still think we can get them done. But
Oh, I put it in my pile of already already approved or denied. But you're right, I crossed out denied for some reason. But okay, so I have two left.
whichever one you want to do, then now you have two.
Well, these were both kind of like revisits, so let's just continue with 581 then. So Appeal 581 for 1534 Fairfield Beach Road. The current appraised value of $98,100 down to the appellant's requested value of $73,904, and I'm motioning to approve the appellant's requested value of $73,900.
This is Harold, I'll second it.
And so I don't know if Kathleen, if you have it there, but basically he's asking for 73,904, but I'm amending it to 73,900.
Okay.
Okay, let me pull this one up now. Perfect. So he gave a lot of documents. This was 2 books worth of documents. We brought this up before, but we didn't feel like we couldn't vote on it because it was Creekside, right? So a couple of points he wanted to make was he doesn't agree with the 10% added to all the undeveloped properties on the Creekside. He hired an independent appraisal, and it's attached to this document. And so they dropped it from $126,500 to $26,000. No depreciation has been considered, and he would like us to reconsider depreciation on the garage. And so kind of looking through some of the documents, he's not objecting to the appraisal of the dock. He's not, and so they do have a lot of information to kind of look at this property.
So this is Kathleen. I see the garage is unless the field card is old, I see the garage is 75% depreciated. Is he saying it's not depreciated at all? Right. I see garage FGR1, 816 units built in 2001. It's 76% good. So it's appraised at 19.8.
So it was depreciated then?
I think so. If it's 76% good, Ross can answer to that, but the unit. Usually when you see a percent good, it's depreciated.
This is Ross. There's 24% depreciation.
Okay.
And when was that built?
This is Kathleen. I think it says 2001 on the card.
So it's 20 years old,
The 20-year-old garage.
sitting with salt water all day long. Has anybody seen this garage by any chance?
Kathleen, I actually drove by it today, so I was out. I decided I would drive down there. So I did. I found it. I had to back up. I almost got hit, but I found it. I haven't been inside it, but I did take a look at the property and the boat in the house.
What was he looking for? What was his requested amount?
73,904, so 73,900, and this is Veronique. And also, like, as Kathleen kind of was saying, like, how she almost got hit, I mean, also that is a little bit of a weird spot because it's kind of right of way, but you guys know Fairfield Beach Road, so it's not exactly a public street, but
Actually, that's an interesting point, Monique. It's not a public street. They have been told by a fire marshal that they're on their own during emergencies. They are not going to get emergency services. So even though it's
Right.
technically a public street, it's not really a public street maintained by the town.
right, exactly.
I'll add my own 2 cents. It's Judy. So we take that 5% calculation, add a depreciated garage. His number of 73 and change seems to be very, very realistic.
That garage is not awful. It's not the worst garage I've ever seen, but it is the outside's not in what I would call great shape. Because it's been out exposed to the weather in a salty environment, so it's going to deteriorate faster than something in a different neighborhood.
Well, and you know what else? I mean, there's got to be some kind of a location condition on there because Kathleen said she almost got hit.
Yeah.
No, this is Kathleen, because I backed up, that's why. Because I was trying to read the numbers and there were people on there walking and running, so that's the reason. It wasn't, it was very typical for the area. They're all smaller lots and they're, different size garages, and some of them have apartments on top and some are all redone and some are older looking. And, it's a lot of everything, and but it creates parking and a dock and a space, and he has it looks like a 2-car garage. I don't know, maybe it's only 1 car from the picture. It's tough to tell, but whatever the square footage of the garage is. So
This is Harold. The property that we looked at previously at appeal number 325, there was a garage there.
Right, with finished space above, yes.
No, appeal number 325, maybe that was one that we looked at before. It has a very nice garage, single-car garage, and it has a value. It looks like it's in pretty good shape, okay? The subject's garage, it's a little hard to see, it's dark because of the papers, looks like it's twice the size.
It looks like a 1.5-car garage.
Okay, so, well, there's some calculations here. I'll ask Ross, when we see a garage with 260 units at a unit price of $32 per unit, what is a unit? Is that square feet? Ross?
Yes, that's square feet. This
Okay.
is Ross, it's square feet.
So the previous garage had 260 square feet. The subject garage has 816 square feet.
Possibly be right.
So approximately 816 square feet.
Yeah.
It's on page 18,
Page 18, I don't know, these things don't number.
and it was built in 2001. So that I believe is why the appraised value of the garage is much higher than the other garage that we saw in appeal number 325.
A 2-car garage is generally around 400 square feet.
Yeah.
I don't see a second story here. There's not a full second story unless you're my size, and then maybe you could stand up in the very middle.
This is Harold. It doesn't say anything about multi-level.
Yeah, I know it's not. I know.
This garage can go much further back. It might handle 4-car. I don't know, but all I'm looking at is the units of 816 versus the 200 and something that we saw, 260.
Yeah.
All
this
right,
is Kathleen. Oh, I'm sorry. So his card says it's a 49-year-old garage. That's item 5 on his list. Says for an aging 49-year-old garage. So is it possible that we have, or all our garages have a date of 2001, or do we actually date them earlier than that, Ross? That would be a question for Ross. But it's item 5 on his write-up says that.
If this is Ross, I would not rely on the dates on outbuildings.
Okay,
It looks a lot older than a 21-year-old garage to me when I saw it.
That's what, yeah, and he says it's older. He doesn't say what the square footage of the garage is. Just that the land is 3,000, about, 2940 square feet.
When you drove by it today, did you see that it was more than this 2-car garage here?
No, he's got the boat on it too. You can see the lot. He's got the boat on one side. If you look at the picture, you can see the house. Ross can call it up on the GIS.
A boat is not a straw. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. We'll see whether
Yeah,
it's
the
a
boat in the
square
garage.
or a rectangle. Yeah,
it's
that's
not
a great
small
idea.
garage, but it's not a small garage. It's not small like the last one.
This is Russ. I'm going to bring it up, and I just did a quick GIS remeasure and came up with 1,120 square feet. But again, I use GIS measurements to just kind of tell me whether we're in the ballpark or not. So I wouldn't rely on these, although they are pretty accurate at times.
1534.
Yeah,
Paul
so
and I can look at it and figure out whether it's a 2-car garage or a 4-car garage.
it's
Oh,
sketchy. I would say it's at least 2. Looking at the size of the front door, it's not. It looks like a 2-car garage door on the front. But
this is Harold, but it does go further back, and from this angle, it does not look like it's completely square or rectangular.
Right.
One side is longer than the other.
yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
something else going on here.
Yeah, and this Kathleen, he's got a nice piece of land there. He's got yard behind it, and it slopes down to the dock. He's able to get his boat. He's got his boat parked on the side. So, that's a nice. It's got windows in the back of it.
It's got a
Hot
door.
tub.
Yeah,
It's like
it's got a, so something's going on in the back there. It's hard, I don't know, and the roof looks pretty good.
Well, I'm confused. Again, is he contesting the garage or is he testing the price of the land?
The
Well-
whole parcel, right?
The whole parcel. But I'm saying that the garage value is there. And then if we want to take a look at the land portion again, if we want to use it as a percentage of the property that's across the way. There's been a lot of debate about this particular Creekside property because of deeding, because of the age of ownership, and a lot of different factors. And it's very difficult for the board members to figure that out and get in the middle of all that. So I'm trying to look at it in terms of what's the value of the garage and what's the value of the land? Does that equate to the value that the town has put on this parcel of land as a whole?
This is Kathleen. It's a 0.06 lot, right? Some of those other ones we were looking at were 0.01. So I don't know that you can use the 5% rule when the lots are 4 times, 3 times or twice the size, whatever this is, 3 times the size of some of those other lots. I just don't think you can base it on the appraised value of the main property. I voted no.
That may end up being a little curve, right?
I think it's not a good model, that it doesn't work, because the Creekside lots could be huge, they could be tiny. The beachside lots could be really small, and or vice versa. The beachside lots could be enormous, and like that Marsh property we talked about last night. That's are we going to really value that property at whatever their house is, a $4 million home? Are we really going to take 5% of that and assign it to their Marsh lot? I just don't think we can. I don't think that's a good model. So I think for this one, that's a
Your
really
input
big
is invalid.
property with a dock and good creek access and a large garage, and it serves the property well. And it looks like there's a lot of water there. It doesn't look, it looks like it's accessible. So looking at the backup for the arguments, whether the garage is older or not, I still think that size structure valued at what the town has it at is, I don't think you could build it even close to that for 19,000 these days. I just put a garage on. I know what it costs to put a garage on your house. So,
your input is invalid.
I don't know. It's just, yeah. I mean, I don't support that, the $73,000 number. I just don't. And I also don't think he made his case, talking about the Riverside Drive property, because this doesn't look anything like the Riverside Drive property. This has a dock, it has creek access, it has parking, and it has space, so. I don't think he made
I see your hand up.
I don't think that he's comparing his lot to the exact value of Riverside Drive. I think that he's saying that there's properties on Fairfield Beach Road that went up at different percentages. We don't have sales because you can't sell them. So I think he's saying, well, how could a property that was worth $126,000 now worth $26,000? Never mind that it's on a different street. He's not saying his is worth 26. He's saying that if you can devalue a piece of property like that, then why are all these properties, not just his, why are they all going up so high? And his went up, I don't remember the percentage, I'd have to look back, but some of these other ones right around him went up like 40%, 35%, 42%, 52%, but his went up a lot. So I don't want him saying that $8,000 that's too much money.
Yeah.
Well, this is Harold. I think that there was a card correction or an adjustment that was made as a result of the informal. And I think that given the town's value for the land plus the value of the garage is fairly represented by the town's value.
I don't.
Okay, well, we have to vote our opinions. So,
Based on facts, yes, that's true, Harold. Absolutely true.
okay, so I will.
I don't see where. I don't
Yes,
see
go
where
ahead, Paulette.
I just don't see where, and makes it even worse is that he went for an informal appeal and he was granted a discount. So how much did this lot start out at?
Yeah, I wasn't there, I don't know.
Yeah, and this is Kathleen. I mean, we've had that argument all around. It could have been undervalued for many years. And this year they went and took a very close, the revaluation company took a very close look at all the Creekside lots and tried to be fair in what they, taking a 0.10 of a Creekside property land on a curve. And that's how they tried to do it. So I'm guessing some people's Creeksides went up a lot, some didn't. But I think that, they tried to make it consistent because obviously it was not consistent before. So that's why we see some people jumping way up and other people, maybe because they were undervalued, they're jumping up. And we see that, or when people appeal, right? Their prices are down and they go up 40% because they had, an appeal before and they went way down. So I don't think percentage increase is, while it might be frustrating, you might want to look at the reasons why, but in this case, I think we know the reason. So
We know.
yeah,
I
we
do
have
know.
to look at the value of the property today, the market value, October 1, 2020.
Let's call out our name if we wish to speak or be recognized, please.
Okay, here's my hand. I'm being recognized. Let me know when
Thank
you're
you.
ready.
Yes,
You're
yes,
welcome.
Paulette.
Again, this property has no real marketable value. It has value. It does not have market value. It cannot be sold. So I don't know what they did and I don't know what curve they used, but I think that bringing somebody's property up 42, 50% and in a retail is it's ridiculous. Those properties don't go up in value like other properties because they're not saleable. They have value to the user and they do. I'm not saying they're not valued at all, but I think that when you look at them like it's a piece of property that could be sold is where you get into trouble. It's not saleable. I don't think that
Thank
he's
you,
asking
Paul.
$70,000 for a property that's used for a parking lot and a dock, which is nice. Not that you could use it all the time because of the time. And an old garage that needs to be reshingled. I don't think $70,000 is an unreasonable request.
This is Harold. Do we believe that his main concern for us was the main point that he wanted us to consider was the resale value of this property, or was it other?
Well, it can't be
This is
resale value.
Ronique.
Can't be resold. It
Ronnie,
can't be resold.
right, well, that's true about a lot of properties, but what was his main concern, do you believe, Ronnie?
This is Ronique. There's not a single main concern, right? I mean, what we deliberate on is market value of these properties. And as Paul is saying, there really isn't a true market value. He's made several points about this particular property. And so I do believe his point that he's made does justify a reduction. And so that's kind of where I stand. There's not a single point that he's made. He's made several points to kind of get us to where his mindset is around 73,900.
This is
I'm ready to vote on this. If anybody else is.
Paulette?
I wanted to point out that this gentleman sent the board a long email explaining this all. So this should not be a surprise about what he's looking for, what his thoughts are, if everybody read it. I know that it went to Ross as well. And by the way, the appellant was not happy about that. He didn't know he was sending it to the assessor. He thought he was sending it to the Board of Assessment Appeals. So just, that wasn't received really well with the response that it was read by Ross. Just point out.
This is Harold. There was a lot of communications between this appellant and the board and the assessor. And it's difficult for the board to respond with emails, especially using our private email addresses to each request. So we tried to work a way to do this that would be fair to the appellants and fair to the board members. But yes, there were a lot of communications to the assessor's office as well. And if the assessor wishes to summarize the findings of all those communications and where the assessor feels they stand, that's fine. If not, we can just bring it to a vote.
I think we should bring it to a vote. I don't think we need any more.
I think so too. I'm ready. He's very reasonable. It works for me. I'm ready to go.
All right,
I'm
thank
ready to
you.
vote.
All right, so I will call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. I have 3 in favor, opposed, 2 opposed. The appeal is granted. The vote is 3 in favor, 2 opposed. And it's Harold and Kathleen opposed. Nice garage.
With work, it'll be nice.
Yeah, built in 1949.
With the wood thrown off of it. That'd be good.
What else you got, Ronique?
Come on,
One
Ronnie.
Well,
more.
thank you guys for helping me with all of that. So now it's the last appeal that I have in the book, which is appeal number 245, which is 2262 Fairfield Beach Road for Virginia Moore. And the account value is $910,000, and the appellant is requesting a value of $600,000. And I am motioning to approve the appellant's requested value of $600,000.
I'll second it. It's Judy.
Great, thank you so much. So this is something that we talked about in the past as well. There is an appraisal on here dated for 10/1, and the appraisal came back at $600,000. And so the comparables that we were looking at aren't. We kept debating on whether the appraisals were good enough, or the comparables were good enough at 26 Lighthouse or 3846 Lighthouse. But they were looking at the land. They believe the property assessment is accurate, but they believe the land is not. And that's the majority of this property is appraised at anyways. And of course, it's Fairfield Beach Road. The land is going to be higher. So that's why this one was kind of in question. There is an appraisal attached. We want to look at this, of course, but this is what we got working with this case.
So this is Kathleen. Ross, can you bring it up? I think it's helpful when you bring up the beach properties. We can see, is this one way down? This is down at the end, right? 2262, because it's an FP7, I think. Or maybe it's not. I mean,
This is Harold. Is this a property that came up years ago? Was this the ice cream parlor?
I don't, Kathleen, I don't think so. I think it's, that number makes it, wait, I've got my map here.
Oh, the ice cream parlor was around 1,000, around that mark.
Yeah, this is way down the end.
Okay, my mistake.
Oh, this is that. I remember this. $262.
What are we looking at, folks? This is Harold.
Looking at the picture of it.
I'm looking at the
This is
appraisal.
Ross. I seem to have a connection problem, but I'm trying to share the aerial on that.
I've been in this house.
This is Kathleen. I mean, I called it up on the town, on my own GIS. So it's it's about 5 properties from the end. The house is on the creek side, but right, there are no houses on the beach side at that end. So this is one where looks like both pieces are in the same deed, right? There's not two separate tax bills. It stretches from one side to the other. It's a beach to creek or creek to beach property. Might be where the road is private too, isn't it private at the end? Or I had to turn around somewhere today. I didn't get all the way to the end. So I think that is where that is.
Yeah, it's 6 houses in from the end, actually.
Okay.
So this is Harold. A question for the realtors. When it says it has 6 rooms, but only 1 bedroom, 1 bath, what are the other rooms going to be?
Living room, dining room, den.
There's 2 bedrooms there. Or,
No, 1 bedroom.
6 rooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath. Where are you seeing 1 bedroom?
At 2262 Fairfield Beach Road?
Subject
Right.
property,
Yeah, 6 rooms, 2 bedrooms, 1 bath.
830 square feet.
The card I see.
This is Ross. I've got the aerial up now.
Yeah, that's the one.
So it has a dock. Does it have a dock on the back? Yes. That's the one with the dock, right? Okay. And if you, can you zoom out a little more? So it's got a deep water dock and the beach across the street. And so the turnaround is before that, right? It's where your cursor is. I think that's where the end of the beach, and the road is private from that point. Yeah, there's that turnaround lot there, and you can't go beyond. So it's on that private stretch, or it's marked private anyway.
So this is Harold. Do you believe then that this property stretches from the creek side to the beach side? That's all. There's 2256. And this is, I'm sorry, I lost my place here.
2262.
2262. Yes,
It doesn't have
2262.
the dock. It's next door to that one. With the
22.
boat, the one behind the boat, that, yeah.
No, I see. Okay.
I think it's one to the left of that, Ross, right? No? Oh, that's it. It is with the dock then. Okay. And they're at 910 and they want to go to 600?
That's what
Yeah,
the,
'cause that's-
Harold, that's what the request is, yes. So what do we think about this property and that value?
This is Ronique. I'm kind of surprised that we have it at 910 and the appraiser came at 600. I don't know. That's a big jump. But it's an appraisal.
It is, Kathleen. I think the comps are older in that appraisal. Am I right? I mean,
Yeah, and there's Ronique. There's no time adjusted on that appraisal either.
yeah, there's a couple from May 19, August 19, and then 1/15/2020. And Lighthouse
This is
Point,
right.
I mean, Lighthouse Point is nice, but it doesn't certainly have the privacy that this has down the end of the creek there, for sure, right? And this has creek access as well as its own beach. So 26 fair, I wouldn't use the Lighthouse Beach properties. I don't know what the 12, yeah, I'd have to look at the 1206 Fairfield Beach Road, but I don't think the Lighthouse Point ones are good comps. Not for
This is
that
Paul-
privacy.
Sorry. This is Paulette. Actually, the lighthouse, whether they're good comps or not, I haven't really reviewed them yet, but as far as the location goes, it is not at this end of the beach, but that has a private location. It's down a long driveway, and when you get in there, it's private. Only those houses in that little area are there. You're not seen from the street. You don't get the traffic. You don't get the stuff going on. It's just there by itself. So it does have privacy.
Okay.
Have nearly that much property.
And 1206 is a creekside property. Not a beachfront property.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I think 1206 is right, it's an even number. I just looked at the picture, so that's a creekside property. 1206.
This is a creekside property. The property across it's just the reverse. It's a creekside property with property on the beach. It's not a beachfront property. It's a street and there's a road and it doesn't sit on the beach.
No, but there's nobody in front of them, right? They have their own beach. They just have to go across a private road to sit on their own beach. Where 1206 doesn't, I don't think, unless it has a beachside lot to it, doesn't have any beach property associated with it. You can't swim. I mean, I suppose you could, well, no, it's even on the marshy part of the creek. It's not even on the.
This is Harold. The dwelling, the value of the dwelling in this is very nominal
It's the
compared.
land.
So can we compare land values that are in the neighborhood?
Yeah, but this is Kathleen. It's an FB7, so the land is not valued as high as the FB8s, which is the ones that are closer to the to Reef Road or whatever down that end. The land, those are FB8s. This is an FB7, so all those ones down the point, their land value, the adjustment factor is lower for the land. So, but this has an $878,000 land value. With a 0.95 condition factor on it.
I have a question.
Yes, Paulette.
The beachfront part. And that has a separate address. Does it have a separate field card or is the land all included in that one field card?
Oh, that's a really good point, Paulette. This is Judy. Yeah, that's a really good point.
So I don't know. I didn't look it up. I guess I can real quick. Let me see if it's got a separate address. See if it's got a separate value on it.
This is Harold. Can someone help me understand the map that I'm looking at is the 2282. But I don't see the, I think it said 2280. I just lost the map, I guess. I don't see the, all of the address numbers for the entire property that's being considered.
I might have been wrong. I think maybe it is for the whole property. I'm looking at it now. And it's showing it as one big lot.
Is the question, is 2262 one parcel?
Yes.
Yeah, it's one parcel.
Yeah.
At this point on the beach, all the lots are one parcel, once you pass the turnaround.
Okay.
So
then-
this is Kathleen. So there's a sale, 2218 Fairfield Beach Road, same thing, beach to creek, a little bit larger lot. Sold for, what did I just see, $1.2 million in August of 2020. The land value on that's higher at 959, but it's considered a bungalow. But it is, it's a 0.18 as opposed to a 0.10. But that's another sale that's not on the, it's not in the appraisal because it closed in August of 2020 for $1.2 million.
Your input is invalid.
So just call that. So Ross, that's one piece of property now. So that means that you can't build on the beach side, right?
I don't know that for sure, but I would say no, you can't.
Okay. And then you can't sell it, I guess, if it's one piece. I don't know if you can split those if they're one piece of property now.
This is Harold. It looks like it's just
this is
sand.
Ross. I have not reviewed.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. It's
Is it
just sand. You
right?
take your beach chairs over. It's your own private beach, to sit outside. So yeah, it's like, but you have a road, it's like crossing your driveway because it's a private road there. So
This is Harold. I suppose it's not. This is Harold. It's one piece of land. You have the beach going from the road down to the water. So I don't know that they'd allow you to build on the beach, and it's not permissible.
no,
Okay.
no. But like I said, this is Kathleen. 2218 sold for $1.2 million. So maybe we want to look at that one and see if that's any closer. It's probably on the map right now. It was already on there. But that's similar, I think. Beaches across the street.
Judy, I'm looking at the square footage of the property. It's 4,550 square feet. And that is both the beach part and the other part. So you got to put that together. I mean, you're not going to build on the beach. Basically, you have a place to put your chair. And you're going to live on the creek side.
No, they have a dock. This is Kathleen, right? They have a dock valued at $5,700 on the creek. And I'm sure the water's deep there because it's almost at the end of the creek. So there's is that 2218? Yeah. So it's a pretty close. It looks like it's a bigger house. Doesn't have a dock, but similar idea that's beyond the.
That land is only 8,000 square feet.
$2218?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, the subject property is 0.108. That's 0.188.
Yeah, it's so similar. I just don't feel
Yeah,
comfortable
very
going all the way.
similar. And it's sold for $1.2 million. So I feel like that one should have been in the comps.
Yeah. I agree. I don't like the comp that was on the proposal. I was sold in August 2020 for 1.2.
Yeah.
218, huh?
Well, can you tell me that address one more time?
2218 Fairfield Beach Road.
Yes, this is the photo. It doesn't look like it has a dock, and it does look like the less usable sand or whatever it's worth.
It's a bigger house.
Ms. Kathleen, I don't think the value in that other property is in the house, right? And the value's in nor in
No,
this one.
the
This
town-
house is valued at 129 by the town.
Also got a lot more property per square foot. A lot of more property here.
All right, this is Kathleen, I just don't see 600, so I'm ready to vote, but
Okay. Any further comment?
Oh.
Yes. Somebody has a comment?
I think Paulette had her hand up.
No, no, I was doing something on the phone.
Okay. Then I'll call a vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand.
I'm gonna go with what the appraiser said.
Okay, I have 2 in favor. Opposed, please raise your hand. 3 opposed. The appeal is not granted. Motion is not carried, is denied. The vote is 2 in favor, 3 opposed. Paula and Judy in favor.
And
Yeah.
guys, do we have something
Wow.
else coming in? Because you're done. Congratulations, Roni.
Thank you.
But I
Thank
am
you.
out because I do have other things that I need to do. So I'm going to bow out now. It's possible I might be able to come back. You have
Why don't
somebody
we,
down
why don't we
there.
take a 15-minute break?
well, this is Kathleen, I think John is joining us at 6. Just as long as somebody touches base with him and lets him know that, we're still here.
I
Yeah,
will
I'll
call him right now and tell him,
Hey, everybody.
bye, Judy, feel good.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
thank you, Judy.
Congrats, Roni.
Couldn't have done it without you guys, but I'm still gonna truck through and help out.
We're taking a break?
Yeah, he's just telling
Okay,
John
great.
that we're gonna
Okay.
Let's take a break for 15 minutes. I'm trying to reach John to let him know that we'll start then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll see you soon. Thank you.
This session is no longer being recorded.
Hey, Harold, it's Ross. I've stopped the recording, so just let me know when you're ready to start up, and I'll restart the recording.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Started.
This is Harold Zawatsky. The time is 6:16 p.m. on Tuesday, the 20th of April. John Spoiler has joined our meeting. And I believe
Harold, do you have Kathleen?
Kathleen is coming on. She's muted currently, so we're waiting for her to join before we.
Yes, I'm just eating an apple, so I'm going to mute myself again, but I'm here.
Okay. We now have 6 members on the board to hear and deliberate these
6 or
appeals.
5?
So, John, do you have any tonight? Yes, no.
No, he was saying there's only 5 members, not 6.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
Harold, this is Kathleen. I'd like to do one of my ones kind of down at the beach, if that's okay. And then I think it's commercial for everybody else, right? Except for John has Oyster Road. That'd be the only other one he has.
That might be the only other one. And I think you guys discussed that or got something back
Yeah.
from the town
Okay.
on that. So
Well, yes, we have 5 members, so who wants to go first, Kathleen or John, with the leftovers you have? Kathleen?
Sure, this is Kathleen. I'll do my College Place one. So let me just, hold on, let me get the minutes back up.
I'm here just for my last bite.
Okay, let's see. So this is appeal, it is what time is it? 16.
Now it is, I call the meeting at 6:16.
Okay. My computer must
Oh,
be
and
fast. Anyway, so this is, let me find it here.
And thank you, Paula. I know you were cut off for earlier, so thank you.
Oh, you're welcome, Ernie.
If it's College Place, then that would be appeal number 572?
Yep. So this is appeal number 572. The property address is 104 College Place. The owner of the property is Bar 2 LLC. The town's value on the property is $445,600. And the appellant wishes to have the value reduced to $330,000. So I make a motion to reduce the value to $330,000.
This is Harold, I'll second.
Okay. Remind me of that in a minute when I go to record that. But so this is we talked about this one before, and we ended up taking no action early in March. I hate to say it, but early in March. It's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,292 square foot house, and it backs up to the Sea Grape. It's on 0.053 acres. And the reason we took no action was because the appellant wanted to comp, it started to give some comps on Fairfield Beach Road and Lund Court. And we just felt it was better to talk about it when we were talking about the beach properties. So a couple of the hardships she brought up on the property, and she's really just appealing the land value on the property, not the whole card. She said it's got a telephone pole in front of it and a sewer cap, that there's no lawn, and those are a couple of hardships on the property. She said it's difficult to get to the beach, I guess, because maybe there's beach access across the street, but some people have put signs on it to make it look like you can't go to the beach. So she felt in order to use the beach, you have to go all the way down to Penfield. I don't know if that's true or not, because I drove down there today. It looked like there was a walkway, but maybe there's a no trespassing sign. I'm not sure. But anyway, so that was her primary concern in the backup. And then at the hearing, she added 2 comparables. 709 Fairfield Beach Road, which sold for $390 on October 30th, 2020. Also 4 bedrooms, 2 baths, she says, but it's a condo in the Lund Court property. And then she also gave me a comp at 770 Reef Road that sold for $400,000 in June of 2020, 3 times the size, but she wasn't sure that that was a comp. So that is further up on Reef Road. And I did look at the 709 Fairfield Beach Road. That's an unqualified sale that sold for $390. And it looks like the name is the same. So it may have been a family transfer or a partial purchase from one to the other. So that may be why that price is so low on that property. I'm not sure. So anyway, I don't know that we can use the 7, I don't know the exact reason, but that sale for $390 seemed in particularly low. I did look to see if anything else had sold on College Place. And I did drive down there today. So it is that, strip that goes behind. There's condos on the left. There's a lot of very small homes on the right, very similar lot sizes and all of that. So I felt, anything else on that street would be appropriate. So even though it was an older sale, it is, 140 College Place sold in 2016 for $525. A little bit bigger piece of wood, 0.07 on the land. The subject property was, where's the subject property here? 0.05 on the land. But again, that's a 2016 sale. And it's a lot of college rentals in there. The students were sitting outside in their chairs. It definitely is a interesting place to live. So, I mean, to take it from, and I think the land on the subject property alone is valued at $393. I'm at my white glasses and one here at
Your
$393.
input is invalid.
And she wanted to go to $330 from $445.6.
This is
No.
Harold. Well, as she indicates on her appeal, she wants it to decrease to lower to the 2015 assessment.
Right.
In her letter, I just wanted to get your opinion, where she says 770 College Place is the best comparable based on location. Is she referring to 770 Reef Road? Was that a typo by her, or is there a 770 College Place that she's comparing?
At 770 Reef Road was the comp that I have in my notes from her.
Yes.
And
all
it's
right,
it's a small, cute little house, but it's not down in the beach area. It's up, it's up Reef Road quite a bit.
It's across from Veterans Park, I believe.
So this is Harold. It's just a typographical error on
Yes.
her part. Then. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and again, she appealed another property the day before, so I asked her a lot about comparable sales that day. So I think when she originally filled it out, she then added this. She added this in after our appeal because she realized she needed to bring comps, so she brought some of that. So
Kathleen, is
And this
this
is
being used as a rental right now?
I'm pretty sure, yes.
Okay.
I know the owner does not live there, so yes.
And this is Rodney. Kathleen, I'm taking the minutes, by the way, on this one because I know you are juggling. So
I'm good. I just need to know who made the motion, so and I've got the time down, so I'm good. And I know I made the motion, so it'd just be Harold. But
Harold.
And I believe I seconded. Yes.
yeah. So again, these are these small houses there. The condos across the street also sell in there a little bit. Again, for a lot more money than this. I just think 330 is too. I just think it's too low for a 4-bedroom, 2-bath. I know there's not much land there, but I think there's value on that street.
Well, I mean, it does back up to the Sea Grape.
Mm-hmm.
This is Harold. Do the owners of Sea Grape own this land, this property?
Yes. Yeah, like I said, so I pulled out I looked through the sales to see if there were any other sales on College Place. And I think we did, the only other one was the 140 College Place, and that was sold in 16, so for 525. I just wanted to see what the value was on that street pre-COVID. So.
This is Harold. Does Reef Road become College Place at some point?
No.
No, the College Place was put in the Reef Road neighborhood, but it's technically off of Fairfield Beach Road, right? You go to the end of Fairfield Beach Road, you take a right, and it's your first right before the marsh. So those houses it's a dead end street. There's condos on the left that are on the marsh, and then these are the little houses on the right. Most of them do have telephone poles. They're on postage size, lots, very close to the street. But it's very, and there's a kind of a parking lot at the end. I don't know who owns, actually. It might be town has some access at the end there.
This is Harold again. So does this house back up to the Sea Grape? It's not alongside it. Okay,
No,
backs up.
yeah. All of those ones on the east side of College Place all back up. If Ross wants to pull it up on the GIS, you can see they're all, very similar.
No, I understand now.
Yeah, I think the comp is FEMA compliant. I think that one was raised. So the one that sold for 525, but it, is higher, but it doesn't, from driving down the street, they're all kind of lined up there on the side of the street. Yeah, it is FEMA compliant. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath was that 2015 comp on that street. Or you can use Lighthouse Point as the, again, her other comp was on Lund Court, but I don't think that's a qualified sale because you can see the last name in the family transferring. So she wanted to be considered with the Point properties.
Okay. Any further comment, discussion? Oh, I think Ross is bringing up the image. Okay. So both of those properties back up to the Seagrape, 104 and the one, and 108,
140 was the old sale.
right?
Yeah. So no, that's probably further down the street. Yeah, that's almost the end of the street. There's a parking lot. If Ross scrolls to the left a little bit, but it's chained off. I don't know who's allowed. And those are all condos across the street. And I think Judy had an appeal in those College Place condos, I think, at 700, maybe it was at 700. I think it was one of the early ones we did. I think she had
This is Carl. Is 104 a two-story building?
No,
Does not
the
look like
subject
it.
property, no, it's not FEMA compliant. It's at the road level. Nope, it's 4 bedrooms, 2 baths. And I don't know if there's
Okay.
pictures online. I mean, it's a student, I'm pretty sure it's a student rental. Again, just based on the kids I saw sitting.
This,
And
it does look like there's a portion
Yeah,
that's a
that's
second
actually
floor.
Let's see, maybe I'm wrong. It's not raised. What's the other one?
Looks like in the back half, they raised it.
Oh,
where
right,
they've
yeah,
got a
the
second
back half.
floor.
So 434 square feet up, 798 on the first floor. So 1,300 square feet finished. Yep. I'm wrong, sorry.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? All those any further comment from anyone? Okay, all those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand. I have one in favor, Paulette. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I have 4 opposed. The vote is 140. Paulette in favor of granting the appeal and 4 opposed. Thank you.
Kathleen, did you want me to take minutes or are you okay?
I think this is Kathleen. I think I'm good for right now. I'll let you know, but I'll let you know. Oh, that's right. You're done, aren't you, Ronique? I mean, I can send you my
Yeah.
spreadsheet and you can fill it in as you go along. Let me see.
So are we doing real estate on,
So this is Kathleen. If John wants to, if he thinks he's ready to do Oyster Road, we can make a decision. I don't know if you're still waiting for his square footage corrections, or we do that as a card correction at another time and we can make a decision on the appeal, or you still want to wait on that one?
Well,
This isn't here.
so let me just double check. What was the Oyster
He's
Road?
in the race to be finished second now that Ronique is done. So he's
Yeah.
the closest.
That's okay. I don't need to be second. I could be last. Hold on for a second. Let me just double check and check the file with this. But I'm thinking that so with this, with what was given to us in the email, right, Kathleen? Really, we can't really do anything to change the division of how the land and the property is divided with the assessment, right?
John, this is Harold. Do we want to bring the appeal to the table? Or are we just glancing at it now?
I'm glancing at it now, but I just want to make sure that, I mean, I guess we can. I just don't want to pull it off the table again a second time.
Mhm.
But
Yeah. I mean, this is Kathleen. I mean, I guess we could do whatever we wanted to mix up land versus house, but I don't know if we want to do that. Do we want to set that precedent that this is what we do? We don't necessarily, adjust market value. We adjust the allocation of land and house. I don't know if we want to go there or not. But in this case, it was more, his concern was that he felt that the house was valued more than the town had it at, and that he couldn't get to the 49% because of the way that the card was written. But it sounds like from the email that Emmeline sent, and, you know, we added it to the backup online, so
Yep,
it's
I
now
do see
ending
that.
up there as well, that the assessor's card is not the only piece that they will use to, you know, figure out the value of a home. They will also take other home
They
values.
will, yep.
Right.
And his concern though is that the, they would still use the percentage though, that was on the card of, you know, that the tax assessor, the ratio of land to house value, would be used as whatever appraisal. And I can't tell, I just don't know if that's been addressed in this email or not.
Well, yeah, the FEMA, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Harold.
This is Harold. I think in the spirit of keeping to our schedule and the time, if we are not going to vote on an appeal, I don't think we need to discuss it at this point in time, if we're not going to vote.
Okay, I do want to bring this appeal to the board and
Okay,
make a, so I'd like to talk about or present appeal number 151. The property address is 114 Oyster Road. The owner at the time this was filed was Marion Quipril estate, but is now owned by the appellant John Sullivan. The town has a value of $572,700, and the requested value that I'd like to make a motion on to grant is the requested value of $750,000. I'm sorry, $570,000.
This is Ravneek. I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, so just to bring us back to where we originally started. Actually, this property was purchased by Mr. Sullivan in March of 2021. Again, as we kind of mentioned before this motion, he felt that the building value was too low and the land value was too high. He says there's a 0.02 acreage difference on the rate card. The back part of the lot is wetlands, state titled wetlands. He did purchase the house for $640,000 and was bound in December. He talked about the insurance has a building value of 3 times what the town has. Basement is fully finished. Has shower and half bath. Really wants the value of his house higher. So if they do improvements, additional work on the house, the FEMA compliant calc is correct. And we talked about the FEMA needs to be 49% or less with respect to it. I did, when I asked him to bring in the map to Ross, he mentioned to me that while yes, he agrees that about the 49%, and that we may be, that he can use other sources to get numbers, that regardless of what they use, he felt that they would use, the FEMA compliance would use the ratio of land to property that they have. So a question for Ross that I have, okay, is in this file on page 6, we have the survey, the email from the survey that was done that shows that there's an acreage difference, but also about loss of use. And then on page 7, there's actually the field map that's in there. This was presented with his original work. Is this sufficient for you to make any type of change to the rate card or not?
No, they need to be recorded or
Okay.
filed with the town, either with us or, at least with planning and zoning. Ultimately, it's not a large difference because we would use, I think the survey map is 13,030 per square
Mhm.
feet. If I can read, it's a little difficult to read this map. No, I guess
Okay.
it's 12,030. No,
12,030 square feet on the survey map. Yep.
no, it's actually 13,459 is the total, and then they're deducting wetlands to get to the 12,030. So the total lot size is 13,459, but usable or for whatever calculation they're doing, they're using the 1230.
Okay. And then, what was I just going to say? I think if I remember correctly from our last discussion on this, Ronique, you had mentioned that you're a certified insurance sales person, and therefore you, of how it goes and stuff like that, that probably isn't something to take into context. Correct?
No, because you're looking at replacement value when you're looking at insurance, like the cost of what it to rebuild, and not the actual value of the house itself. I mean, they could be similar, but I mean, a lot of times, I don't know about you, Paulette, but like, correct me if I'm wrong, I think a lot of times realtors use actual cost value and not replacement value. So the actual dwelling part of it is so irrelevant when it comes to value of the house from an insurance standpoint. All insurance wants to know is how much it's going to cost to rebuild the house.
Okay. They do have a 0.5 deduction on their land value for the marsh area. With that, and that's all I've got at this point. I guess, are there any questions, thoughts?
No, this is Harold. Just to sum up, he's requesting a value that is close to what the town has it valued at, right?
Correct. Yep.
And the purpose of doing that is he believes that it should be higher so that he can get a better
score, I guess, for the
a better
FEMA.
situation for building or approval for FEMA. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
To get in under FEMA's rule of that 49%.
Okay. So if he believes that, and we can't necessarily figure out how to do it, if we deny it, it stays at the town's value. And then if he feels that it's beneficial for him to take it up with the courts to get what he wants, he could have the option to do that rather than have us make up some kind of a number, because then he can use the weight of the FEMA rulings and the people who are knowledgeable in that area to help him substantiate or support his request.
I mean, or we could, think about upping the town value to the 640 that he purchased it at, which was bound in December, but I don't necessarily think that's the best idea either.
Well, he hasn't asked for that.
No, he has not.
Right.
Because that's like a $70,000 increase of what the town's
And
assessment
even
is.
if we approve it, he still has the ability to take it to the Supreme Court.
Yep,
Either way.
correct.
Okay. Kathleen, you have your hand up? You're muted.
You're mute.
I thought I understood this one, but maybe I'm confusing it with Alexis's. Is this both about the replacement cost of the house? Because the 49%, when FEMA looks at 49%, it's the value of the dwelling, from what I understood from everything she said. And it's when the house is valued so low, you can't spend more than 49% of the value of the house to improve it. So if he has another way of proving that the house is worth more, then, then the 49% is of I don't know, 400,000 instead of 200,000, if he can prove the house is worth, he has some method for valuing the house at 400. That's my understanding of the 49%. But I thought what his issue here is that it's the lot coverage, right? He wants the land to be classified differently, and he wants the square footage corrected because he's got the 20% problem on the land, and he needs to get, the max lot coverage, which is a different number, a totally different concept. Am I
This is
missing
Rodney.
that? And maybe
Well,
he
yeah, this is Rodney.
goes to your attention, and I just remember it from Alexis's, that he had that issue with, he wants the dwelling up there because he's afraid of the 49% based on.
And that's the case here, is that the house value, that's why he wants the house, he wants the land taken down and the house increased.
But the land value is irrelevant to the value of the house,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean,
Are
but
you-
I thought it was a lot coverage, looking at page 6. Now he's talking about getting the card correct. So maybe he wants both. But I think he can take it to court if he really feels the house's value, the physical value of the home is more than what the town has it. He just needs to get someone else to appraise the dwelling, right? Because the example Emmeline gave was like a 1940s Cape, the exact same house in Fairfield or Stratford should be valued exactly the same. Like there should be no difference as to where that house is located in terms of the value that FEMA looks at of the value of that house. If it's exactly the same structure, regardless of what town it's in or what size parcel, when you're talking about the 49% rule, you have to take the value of the house. And we
Mhm.
Well,
may
this
use
is Harold.
the value because it's easy, but and it's free. But if he wants to pay someone else to value his house, I think he can do that. That's what she was saying.
This is Harold. As Ronnie points out, and as we all know, when we insure our homes, we have the option to purchase insurance for replacement value that is different than the market value. Okay, so if he has insured this home, the building and structure, for higher than what the town has it at, perhaps he can use that replacement value insurance value as argument that the house is undervalued by the town. I don't know. I mean, I don't even want to go there, but I
Yeah.
think that we can close this by summarizing that either way, if he's trying to achieve something that we can't figure out, we shouldn't try to figure it out and just deny or approve as our opinions dictate and move on. Ranik?
Yeah, so I mean, Kathleen brings up a really good point, and that's one of the classic cases of why you can't go on replacement value for insurance, FEMA compliance, right? And so that's why you can't exactly compare your insurance dwelling coverage to what the town has it appraised at, because there's so many other factors. When he puts in a claim for insurance, he wants replacement value. That's what he should be getting, and I don't think he should be comparing it to the town, even when if his house were to burn down, he shouldn't be comparing it to the town either. So, and the insurance companies wouldn't do that anyway. So anyways, that's kind of belaboring the point, but I just wanted to kind of point that out. I'm ready to
Yes.
vote whenever, but
I'm ready to vote as well, but before I do, I just want to say I think we might be doing him a disservice by approving. So,
By what?
by approving his request of 570,000.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is Kathleen. It sounds like we can't even do a card correction for him because in order to change the square footage on the lot, he has to file that, right?
Yep.
He's got to do that
Correct.
himself.
Yep.
Good point, John. So regarding this appeal, all those in favor of granting the requested value, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? I need one more vote. I have 4 in favor, 0 in favor, 4 opposed. Do I have another vote?
Do you have Paulette?
Paulette is muted. You're muted, Paulette. We can't hear you. You're muted.
I don't have her phone number to text her.
This is Kathleen, I do.
I do. Perhaps she stepped away or she's on the phone. Just as a point of information, was the other property that you were mentioning, the Berwick property, that's also owned by Mr. Sullivan? Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
And that was pretty more clear there. It wasn't about anything to do with the size of the lot. It had to do with the value of the home, and
Okay.
wanting the 49%.
Well, Mr. Sullivan did email us, wanted to know when his appeal was going to be deliberated and voted on. So I will take it upon myself to communicate with him that we are doing it tonight at, yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Kathleen?
this is Kathleen. It was the Berwick property he wanted to know about.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you.
So
So,
he's still waiting, and that's Alexis's appeal. She's not here. So I'll just put it on the list for, we'll check with her. She might be ready. I'm not sure. She
Okay.
wasn't, but she had her shot.
let's try to reach Paulette so we can proceed.
I'm here. I just got to plug my laptop in. I'll be right back.
Please do.
I'm going to just put myself on mute. I'll try to call her as well.
Okay. I'm mutating also.
Okay. Oh, wait, Paulette just, no camera now. Okay, we'll see what's going on.
This is Kathleen. It went right to voicemail, so I'm guessing she's on the phone. So, we can kind of, we probably can't, either she'll have to vote or abstain on that particular one. I don't know how much she heard, but while we can't proceed too much, we can probably talk about what we want to do next for commercial, right? Because that's really where we're at. So I don't know if John feels he wants to do some commercial, and we have Ross on the phone or on the line there. I have some, I think I'm just going to read them into the record, and I'm not that comfortable to recommend them just because I don't understand them and, understand them that much. But I also have, I do have some other smaller properties that, we could deliberate on. They didn't have informal hearings. They do have they gave me some comps. So I can certainly do some of those ones as well. Aquarion that's a big one. I have a lot of the Cleveland properties. I have one gentleman who presented 7 of the Cleveland properties on one day. And John probably has a few, right?
I have,
Commercials left.
outside of this one here, I've got 3, and then I join Ronique in the winner's circle. So,
Oh, you
What is
guys.
it? Wind circle?
winner's circle.
one-man
Harold, this
deal
is
here?
Ross. Harold,
Russ.
I just checked my email, and Attorney Baldwin responded to the question about doing blanket decisions.
Yes,
And I could forward that email to you, but he essentially says that he is fine with that, especially if they told you as much in the hearing. He did say that I'll read it to you, he trusts that the written minutes will address each property individually, but in terms of addressing at your deliberations, okay. You can even reflect the blanket denial in the written minutes, but each property should be individually listed.
okay, so I take that to mean that I could read the appeal numbers and then say for these appeals, I'm going to ask for a vote, and if we vote to deny, then that takes care of those 43 appeals.
Yeah, I
It's
would keep
Kathleen.
it probably within the same appellant.
They're all with the same appellant. They were all, yes, they were all the same appellant, and they were all presented by the same attorney.
Right.
The appellant was representing each of the 43 individual property owners.
This is Kathleen. Paulette said she was having problems with her phone, so I don't know if that means, it did go to voicemail when I tried to call her.
Oh,
Um,
oh,
but she's
wait,
on.
she's back.
It looks like she's coming back now.
Okay.
So if it's okay with everybody, I'll explain to Paulette when she gets back on. I think she's here. Paulette, okay.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, let's vote on that last appeal. This was the Sullivan property.
At 114 Oyster Road.
Yes. And John, why don't you go through the appeal details and
Yep.
what your recommendation was?
The
She may have
appeal
heard
number
it.
is 151. The property address is 114 Oyster Road. The owner at the time was Marian Quipril, but has since been, the owner is now John Sullivan, who is the appellant. As the purchase went through in early March of 2021, the town has a value of $572,700, and the appellant is requesting the value of, and the motion that I made was to grant the appellant's requested value of $570,000.
Okay.
Okay.
So Paulette, I'm not sure how much of this you've heard, but the request revolves around valuing the property for, was it
It's for the FEMA
for FEMA?
Okay.
and wanting to, ideally he would like to have the house higher and the land value lower with it, but staying within that 700 or 570,000. I mean, it's only a 2,700 deduction that he's asking for. But I don't, and my recommendation is I think we're doing him a disservice by appealing or by approving this, because I don't, as Kathleen and Harold have said, we might not be able to give him, or we're not able to give him what he's looking for as a board.
This is how I don't feel that we can apportion the value of the property between the land and the house, and he may have the capabilities to do so outside of our discussions. If he was to choose to go to the Supreme Courts.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to call a vote. So all those in favor of granting the appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It's the appeal is not granted, is denied. The vote is 0-5-0.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what do we want to do next? Do we want to get into my commercials, or Harold, do you want to just rattle off your 43, or Kathleen? You have an idea.
So here's the big deciding factor. If Harold does his, I think he finishes ahead of you, John. So I think that's all he has
I'm a
left.
gracious loser. So Harold can go ahead.
Actually, I do have some commercial properties still that we're waiting for.
That's right. I forgot about those. All right. It does take, so however you guys want to do it, I'm good.
So Paulette, I think that you maybe were not present to hear this, but I have 43 appeals that are commercial. They were all represented by the David Johnson and Joseph C. Sansone Company. The company is located in Missouri, and they had an attorney. The attorney was Michael Reiner with Green Law Firm in New Haven. And we had a telephone hearing, and in all 43, the representative of the business owners, of the property owners, David Johnson and Joseph C. Sansone Company, sent information to the assessor's office and was on file. And when we had the hearing session, we went through each appeal number and we read them into the record. And I asked the attorney who was assigned to represent the company if there was anything else to add to the file. And in each instance, he said, no, there's nothing I wish to add to the file. So rather than go through 43 voting sessions, we asked the town attorney if we could do a blanket vote on all 43 so that we don't have to sit through all that. And he said, yes, as long as we identify the appeal numbers and we can do a blanket vote on all of them. Does that make, is that clear to everyone?
Yep.
Okay, so I would like to bring up appeals, starting with appeal number 334 and numbered consecutively to appeal number 376. And I make a motion to grant the requested amount in each appeal. Do I have a second?
This is John, I'll second it.
John seconds. And now for the appeals, beginning with appeal number 334 and consecutively numbered to 376. All those in favor of granting the requested amounts in each of these appeals, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? I have one abstention. The vote is 0-4-1. And the appeals are denied. And that's the fastest we've done 43 appeals. Thank you.
You're on mute,
Kathleen.
Kathleen.
Paulette abstained, right, for the record?
Yeah.
This is Kathleen.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Understandable, because the appeals are hard to determine.
Since you're on a roll, Harold,
Oh,
you want to go for another one or no?
no, I don't know that I have.
But Harold,
No.
this is what you have, the Arising Street one, the Peter DiNardo Arising Street. I don't think we ever talked about that one. Is it just not ready? Or I know the other ones you're waiting on the Penzer, right? Those two lots that he may have combined.
Yeah, I need to find that because I did pull it out.
If not, I can do my 3.
Yeah, why don't you work on yours and I'll find it and pull
Okay.
it out.
It was 549, Harold. It's appeal 549.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I would like to bring to the floor. Yes, that's what it's called. I'm not sure. Appeal number 596. The property address is One Post Road. The owner is One Post Road, Fairfield LLC. The appellant was attorney Chris Russo on behalf of the owner. The town has a value of $4,948,700, and I'd like to make a motion to grant the requested value of $4 million for the property.
Which appeal number was this again, please? This is Harold.
596.
596.
96.
Thank you.
Yep.
This is Veronique. I'll second that.
Thank you. Okay, so you'll see in the file, various items, you know, that, but however, I guess the last page is a portion of what the appellant's, basis is for the reduction. So they do have a sewer easement line, that cuts right through the parking lot. And it would hinder any type of retail building or restaurant that could be there. So basically, this building that is currently there now is relegated as an office space. It is also on pillars due to the creek, due to, you know, Ash Creek being right there as well. If you, you know, take a look at that of where it is. They looked at adding residential for the building, but it didn't make financial sense. For the building, 30,000 square feet is vacant, which is 26% of the total square footage. Of that, 3,000 square feet have been vacant for 3 years. I'm sorry, for 4 years. 5,000 square feet have been vacant for 2 years. They do have a 7,000 square foot lease that expires in 2023. They did have to return $50,000 or reduce the rent due to COVID with the first floor tenant that's there. The other thing that they asked for was a change to the card to say that the first floor is an accounting office, not a daycare. So that's what we've got here. There is no P&L that was provided, or I'm sorry, I&E that was provided, or anything like that. Yeah. They do have a 10% discount on the property, or on the land, I should say, because it is on Ash Creek already. And yeah. Any questions? Harold, you're on mute.
Any questions, any discussion? So all those in favor of granting this appeal as requested, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Paulette, how do you vote?
I was voting to approve it, to grant it.
Okay, one approval, one in favor, 4 opposed. The motion is not granted. The vote is 1-4-0. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, the next appeal I would like to bring up is appeal number 433. This is also owned by, or I'm sorry, the property address is at 59 Post Road. The owner is also One Post Road Fairfield LLC. Again, the applicant was, or appellant was Chris Russo, attorney Chris Russo, on behalf of the owner. The town has a value on the land of $7,400,000 or $40,000. Let me state that again. The town value is $740,800, and the requested value that I'd like to make a motion to grant is for $300,000.
This is Veronique. I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, so this is right next to One Post Road. There used to be a building there and they knocked it down. Can't remember when they knocked it down, but I think it says in the card when it was demolished. It was demolished in 2018-19 time frame. Completed, I think let's see here. In September of 19, it was 100% demolished. It's vacant land. It was hard to get comps. He did talk about a comp though being 42 Elliott, which he's assuming will be torn down when the barber shop that's there closes. The land value there is 545,900 square feet or $1,000 and is a smaller piece of property. At one point, they were looking into consolidating the land with the office next door, One Post Road. Again, this does have a sewer easement on it, on there, which you'll see on page 8 about the sewer easement aspect. Okay. They can't build on it. If they did build, they would probably need to do pilings based on it being in a coastal area. Again, he went back to the 42 Elliott. It is closer to downtown and closer to highway access. This building, I do believe, or this one, just to let you know, let me just double check here on the card, make sure I got the right one here. This is being appealed or it's currently being appealed in court for the 2015 assessment. That should not affect our decision though, because our decision is based on the 2020. He also said that, commercial property went down while residential property went up with COVID. Yeah, Paulette.
This is, I think he has some good points. Residential property did go up. Commercial property has definitely gone down because of COVID. And that sewer line running through this property, and if there was already a building there, they would be restricted as to maybe improving the building. But how are you going to build on it with that sewer line going right through the middle of it? So can they move the sewer line? I don't know. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And if the attorney says they can't build on it, he's an officer of the court, I'm going to believe him. So I would say, and I don't usually like to vote on these, but it looks like he made a case to me with the fact that they can't really do anything with it. And commercial property values are down. And never mind, they're down, plus he can't really build on it. So really, what value does it have? I don't think it has the value that the town gave it. So I would vote to approve this appeal, to grant this appeal.
Okay. Kathleen?
Yeah, so this is Kathleen. Maybe Ross maybe can answer this. Were they proposing condos or residential there? I thought it was going to be a condo complex. I'm just wondering if were they denied applications for that, or did you never see that?
I don't know this is Ross. I don't know for sure. I know there was some sort of housing that I heard talked about there, but I can't say for sure.
Okay, this is Kathleen, only because, unlike the barber shop, which is it is a commercial property, this is a nice long lot and it is on the creek. So it has water views and creek views. So I feel like the land definitely has, without knowing enough about sewer lines to know, how do you work around them? I don't know what's the land value on One Post Road.
This is Harold. Isn't this a question?
1 million next door.
Excuse me, isn't this a question for zoning or, I don't know, engineering, some department other than the assessor's office to determine whether it's a buildable lot? Ross, I'll ask you, who would know the answer to find out if this is a buildable lot, if the sewer line affects the ability to build on this lot?
I would say it's a zoning question.
Yeah. Well, this is
I would,
Kathleen. Yeah, I'm sorry, go
this
ahead.
is Harold, I would say that we can have the question posed to the zoning on this particular property and get an answer to the buildability of it. So, yes, Kathleen?
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I'm just looking at it compared to the property next door, which is 1.3 acres, right? Or what was it? I just had it up. The 1.29 next door, it does have a 0.9 condition factor on it because it's on the creek. So the subject property has the same adjustments as well. It's got the 0.9 condition factor on it. It says interior lot floodplain. So,
Yep.
But there was a structure, if on the corner, right? There was a glass shop or something there right at the post road.
In a computer place.
Computer store, right.
Yeah.
So you definitely can build there. The question is, how close to the water can you get going back in there? But
In the sewer.
I definitely think it has value, and what does he want to come to?
He wants to come down to 300,000, and I do agree with Paulette. He's got, some decent arguments here, I think, with it, not being able to get comps, but with that sewer easement going through the back of the property. I just don't know how much that takes up of the property or, chops off the property from being built on. With it. However, I guess my main concern is I don't know if 300,000 is the right number.
Well, I think in all fairness, if the question is raised about the ability to put a structure on this property, and how big is it again? It's
0.66.
3/4 of an acre, or
Yeah.
2/3 of an acre, sorry, 0.66.
okay. So I think that we can, that's 2/3 of an acre. So I think we can find out very quickly an answer from the zoning commission about this. I don't know that it's anything, there must be something, it must be something that they looked at already. They should be able to give us a quick answer. And I'm suggesting that maybe we take no action on this and somebody who knows the facts contacts the zoning board to get a ruling.
There are some things in the minute. This is Kathleen. I just quickly Googled it on the website and they have come before zoning. 59 Post Road showed up. I'd have to do a little more research to see. They asked for a zone change. Attorney Rizzio presented the application to the commission. I just have the public hearing for it. So they wanted to put up special permit and coastal site plan application of 1 Post Road pertaining to the construction of a 20-unit residential building, design commercial district. So that's what they had a hearing in 2018 to put up a 20-unit residential building there. So without looking more, I'd have to see why they were, but they probably wouldn't have proposed it and gone to the, tried to get a permit and spent all the money on that if they didn't believe that they could build on it. So I think it's
and that was
probably buildable.
before.
The question is, what did zoning say about it, right?
And Kathleen,
That's
when was
right.
that?
That is the January 9th, 2018 minutes of the TPZ.
Okay. Because they applied for the demo permit on 10/10 of 18 and completed it on 9/9 of 19.
Right. So I'd have to find the minutes where they either denied it or approved it with conditions or whatever else they did to it. But they've been before zoning for a zone change to establish a design commercial district on the land presently zoned Residence C. So is it still a Residence C zone?
Again, this is Harold. I think that simply asking the zoning commission or board how they decided on this and the buildability question will answer that question for us. and then we can move on to vote and deliberate further on this. Kathleen?
I just want to say one other thing. I mean, 300,000 for 2/3 of an acre in Turney zone, even if it was residential. I mean, you know, we have private land values higher than that on 2/3 of an acre in, you know, the majority of our town. So even if it wasn't buildable, I don't know that I would approve it at 300,000. I just think that that's a really low number. You know, even if it's not buildable for a large, you know, that piece of property, and that you could at least put a building at the street. So I mean, wait and see what they say, but I wouldn't support 300. I know that.
Okay, Paulette, you have your hand up?
Yes, you know, if it's really not buildable, and we'll find this out, I'm just making a point. If it's really not buildable, then it's not even worth 300,000, because what are you supposed to do with it except look at it? Besides that, you can't always put those buildings back on the street, which could be a reason why they went to zoning and maybe that got delayed. I don't know why they're in court, but whatever reason, those buildings that were there right on the street like that was before, probably predated zoning. Now you can't just put those buildings there. Now they have to push them back to meet the setbacks. That could be a reason why they're delayed or can't get their permits either. You can't just put the building, you can't say they could put a building on the street, because you can't put a building on the street. We don't know. Well, so we'll see what zoning says about what they wanted, and if it can be moved back, and if they can move the sewer line, and that would make a difference.
All right. Again, my suggestion would be to,
All right, I'm going
act.
to withdraw the motion for
No
further
action? Can we
information.
take no action? I think
No
the
action.
law technically
Take no
means-
action.
Please, hold up one sec, everybody.
Yep.
Yeah.
The calls just dropped, so I lost the connection to the conference bridge. So just give me 1 sec to reconnect that.
okay, I see it's connected, but maybe that's just our voice line.
While we're
No,
doing
that's the
that,
WebEx.
Me. That's the
While we're
WebEx. I got to get the conference bridge back.
are we done with appeals for Fairfield, for the beach area now for tonight?
I don't know that we have any that are not Peters and Alexis.
This is
Kathleen?
Kathleen. I have two. I'm just trying to decide if I'm ready to do it or not. I have most of my paperwork. I probably need these 3 minutes. If I turn off my camera, I might be ready to do those two. But if everybody wants to wait, if the beach people want to stop listening, I can, you know.
Yourself.
This is how, is someone asking, or do you have any appeals that you want to present? No,
I don't. The
I
beach
know.
area,
I'm sorry.
we're done. That's why I asked.
Okay. So let me.
Okay, so
then
I want
do-
to take no action on this.
Okay, then let me do the one that we skipped over just a moment ago, number 549. 549. This property is located at 55 Rising Street. It's owned by 355 Kings Highway LLC, and it was presented by Peter DiNardo. The requested value is $200,000. The town has the property valued at $481,100. I make a motion to grant the requested value of $200,000. Do I have a second?
This is John, I'll second.
John seconds it. Okay. This property, excuse me, is adjacent to the property that we spoke of earlier at appeal number 557. It is part of the Miller Nissan parking lot. Miller Nissan was a renter, is currently unoccupied. There was the appellant is pointing out that there was a significant increase from the prior appraisal. He claims that the asphalt is cracked due to flooding of, I believe it's the Rooster River. It also suffers from the PCB contamination that leaked from the same tank that affected the other property. Current VW was the prior owner, and now 355 Kings Highway is the owner. And that was the basis of the appeal as it was presented to me. Any thoughts?
Did they, not that I really expect to have an answer here, but did they say why it's two properties, how it became, why it's not one property? The Miller with the other one that we heard?
I can only imagine that it's deeded separately.
Okay.
Ross, would that be fair to say?
Well, yes, I mean, it's deeded separately. I mean, I can only speculate that based on the shape. Yeah, I don't even want to. I was thinking there might have been a water course there, but looking at the aerial, I don't even see that. So it's a rather unusual shape. No idea how that came to be.
But I'm sure they park cars on there when they have inventory.
This is how I believe that they did in the past, but more recently I haven't seen cars parked there. I was told that it is unoccupied currently. Yes, Paulette?
It is unoccupied. Yeah, there's nothing there now.
Right. Just cracked asphalt.
Cracked asphalt with contamination just waiting to come up out of it.
Okay, so I don't know.
200, they want to go to 200,000?
If they want to go to 200, I don't know if there's sufficient condition factors on the card. All it says is shape. Does have a 0.75 condition factor. And again, in this instance, it was told to me that there was contamination. This area is more than half an acre. I don't know how much of this property or the previous property that we discussed is contaminated. And if the appellant would have provided some documentation to support that claim, I think we would be in a better position to consider that statement. But without that, I don't know how we can use that in determining if the requested value is correct.
Yeah. And this is Kathleen on his other property. I think we reduced the building, but we didn't touch the land, right?
That is correct. We reduced the building
And not the land.
significantly, and we did not touch the land, again, with the same argument that we don't have proof of the claim. Okay, any further comment or suggestions, questions? Then I think we can vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. And we're waiting for Paulette to reconnect. We have currently 4 opposed, and we're waiting for one more vote. Paulette, can you hear me?
You can text it to me if she can hear, but
Paulette, can you hear? She's texting, I think, to me too. No. Not a text from her, a text from my sister.
opposed.
Opposed, okay.
Oh, wait, she's back. I think at least I
Thank
see
you.
her screen. So,
It was a write-in vote.
I guess that's legal, right?
Oh, Paul, back. So it's unanimous. The vote is 0-5-0.
Yep.
Appeal is not granted. You oppose, correct, Paulette? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, that's what she texted, right?
Yes.
So the vote is 0-5-0. The appeal is not granted. Thank you. Well, that does it for me.
This is Kathleen. John, do you have that one left? Do you want to?
oh, I got that one left. I might as well. And I'll just be down to one. By the way, Kathleen, do you want me to email P&Z or do you want to do it with the questions on that 59 Post Road?
If you want to, you can, or put in an assessor request. I don't know, Ross, how do you want to, sometimes we've been putting them through you, or if you'd prefer we go to zoning directly.
That's up to you guys, however you want to do it.
Okay.
Well, I think if you make the request, John,
I can do it.
or Kathleen through the assessor's office, then it becomes information that's shared with everyone at once,
Yeah, the
whatever
answer
the
will come
answer
back.
is.
Mhm.
And that way we can all see what the zoning commission has to say about it.
Okay, and so I just want to be clear what the question was. The question was, is it a buildable lot, or what are the constraints with the sewer line?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
We probably want to know what the application was that went through.
Is it, this is Harold, I would simply ask, is this considered a buildable lot today? And what are the constraints related to the sewer line,
Okay.
if any?
So Kathleen, you'll do that?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
53 tonight.
Sure.
What was that, Ross?
I'm sorry. I
Oh.
should have been on mute. I said
Oh,
we've done
okay.
53 tonight.
Okay.
Keep going. We can hit 60. I know we can.
So,
Well, I'm running out, not to rub it in everybody else's face, but I'm running out of
I'm
It's
ideas.
down to,
All right, the next
couldn't-
appeal is going to be 438. This is 1248 Post Road. The owner is 1248 Post Road, LLC. The appellant was attorney Chris Russo on behalf of the owner. The town has a value of $3,317,900, and I would like to make a motion to change that value to the appellant's requested value of $2.5 million.
this is Harold, I'll second.
Thank you. So he feels that, or he felt that the values should be going, or the value of this building should be going down in value, not up in value. I think to the previous, point that we had with the Post Road one that Paulette said, commercial is going down in values and not, residential went up, commercial went down. However, this did go up at least with an assessed value, it went up, it looks like close to 400,000. The office building can't be changed to retail or restaurant or medical because of its lack of parking that's available to it. One of the appellants left in, or one of the renters left in 10 of 19, and that's been vacant since then. That's 2,400 square feet, which is 28% of the space still, that was there. Schwab has no comps. or Schwab, I'm sorry, Schwab has the rest of the space, and there were no comps or appraisals on this. Here. So, I mean, if you know where this is, you know, for being retail or restaurant or medical, there is really not much parking available, especially out front. There may be a little bit in the back, but probably not enough to get, you know, to be able to have high traffic that goes in and out.
This is Harold. Do we know if Schwab is still a tenant?
Yes, Schwab is still a tenant there.
And presumably they have a lease, which will keep them there for some period of time, which we don't know, right?
We don't know how long that lease is for. Attorney Russo didn't mention anything about that lease.
Ronique, I used to work there. They just made a bunch of renovations and made a bunch of plans, so I don't think they're going anywhere.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. They had an informal hearing, it looks like, from, at least that's what he filled out on the sheet, right? So
Yep.
it's been reviewed by Chris Kieran, you know,
It
whether
has
there were income and expenses, you know, all the other things that, you know, we usually like to see on commercial properties, cap rates and all of that. You know, I don't know there's enough information here to do anything.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree. I mean, yeah, there was the informal review on December 22nd with no change, so.
okay. I'd like to call a vote, unless there's further discussion or question. All those in favor of granting this appeal, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? One abstention. The appeal is not granted. The vote is 0-4 with one abstention from Paulette. Thank you, Paulette. Thank you all.
And thank you all. Now I'm down to one.
One and done.
So,
I don't believe the town's value is appropriate, but because we don't have proof, I can't say that his value is right either. However, I think we need to start getting into the mindset that commercial properties are not worth what they used to be, whether it's New York City or Fairfield, Connecticut. They've got 28% and more vacancy rates. These properties are not worth what they were assessed for. I don't think that was taken into account. Where we say we have to, you know, the things weren't adjusted up for COVID, these weren't adjusted down for COVID.
It's a very good point. I wonder why they continue to build more office space.
Yeah, so this is Kathleen. So I have a bunch here that do have the COVID. So Ross, I think Chris Kieran said, what did he do for COVID, or did he do nothing for the commercials? Because it's difficult, right? Because you know they're going to recover. Some are going to recover more in 1 or 2 years. Some it's going to, like the nursing home's going to take long. You know, there's other properties their hotels are going to take longer. So did he do something for the commercials or nothing? You know, based on vacancy rates and all of that.
I don't recall what he exactly did. I forget at this point. It's been so long since I've, it feels like eons ago that we were dealing with talking about the commercial in depth. You know, I'll say that commercial, you're looking at a little longer horizon. You know, you're looking over a holding period when you're valuing them, and that's why you look at income and expense over a period of time.
Okay. This is Kathleen. He gave a good presentation to the Board of Finance, I thought, from a very high level. I thought that was, you know, he didn't talk about specific properties, he just talked about in general, but I didn't pay attention to the COVID part. So, okay, that is good. I remember him mentioning it way back when, maybe back in December when he was on some other call, but I don't remember what he said he did.
Well, this is Harold. Certainly, if you look at the different categories of commercial properties, the restaurants are coming back into their usual form, busy most of the time. And depending on what kind of commercial property it is, I can understand why maybe a motel or hotel might not be bouncing back right away. but certainly other buildings, office space that's being occupied, again, is bouncing back. So I think we have to look at each case individually. Okay, do you have another one, John? Oh, that was it.
That's done. So this is Kathleen. I think I'm the one primarily left with a lot of commercial left, so I can do some ones that I don't believe, I don't have, I can't make judgment on them, the Coria ones. Or we can do some, I can do some smaller ones. Let's see.
Did you want to try to do your beach ones, Kathleen, or is there any?
I think I'm going to wait on those. I have a couple notes in here, and I thought, I'm not exactly sure what his ask amount was. I've got two numbers here, so I just don't want to quote the wrong amount. And I'm going to have to go listen to the tapes. I have two numbers there. So I have 2.6 and a 2.3, and then they filled out the form as 1.8. So I'm just not sure. I'm not confident in that dollar amount. So I'll wait on those ones. But I did have one motel. Ross, this is Kathleen. I thought Chris Kieran was going to speak with the owner of the motel. Did that happen? Do you know?
I don't know. I'd have to check with Chris.
Okay, appeal number 383. I thought you said you put them in touch. So I just want to see if you added anything to the backup for that one.
This is Harold.
Take a look.
Judy said that she might come back. If she did come back, do we have any appeals that she could do?
Again, this is Kathleen. I think she has some commercials that she just probably needs to deny because they're too, that she can't, either doesn't have a lot of information on or not. So hotel valuation, something they sent in. Yeah, I don't see it in there. I can do, let me just, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn around and see what I can find. I can do my Courier ones if you want, all the brick walks. 412.
Sure.
I mean, 421 through well, there's a few different numbers. Do you want me to read each one, or do you want me to, we could do them as a group? I don't know how you feel about that, or I can explain each one if you want.
This is Harold, when you had the hearing, was it a similar situation where they just where you just read in the record and nothing
No,
was added?
he went through it all with me. He explained the cap rates and he, gave me notes and things. He has one sort of document for all the properties.
Well, then I think we should hear if notes.
You want me to do them individually? Okay. Let me
Information
grab.
is added to the file. And if there's no objection, I can also email Judy and see if she wants to come back in to do some of her commercials.
This is Kathleen. She's got a few with, that are fairly large dollar amounts and with the same attorney. So I'm guessing she's going to be in a similar situation, as me, that she may not be able to recommend anything.
Well, if there's no objection, I'll email her and see if she's able to do that.
I need more light. It's so dark in my house. Let's see. Or else I have my other glasses.
I have a ring light, especially that I use for work, so that's why.
That works. Okay, so let's see. Sorry, I should have my papers in better order. I guess let me just start with appeal number 422. So this is appeal number 422. Ronique, if you want me to send you my spreadsheet, you take some minutes, or that's probably be helpful for me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll start taking.
It's actually, it's an Excel spreadsheet, so you just have to kind of fill in the columns. Let me send it to you now. That'd be helpful.
Oh, perfect. That makes
Yeah.
it easier. You
Okay.
did last time with the, it was a mess.
Yeah, you put it in Word, which is fine. I just do a mail merge at the end of the day if it's going to allow me to send this to you. Let's see. Send a copy. Something is funky with my email today. Let's see. Well, I'm sorry. I don't think I can get it to go out. I don't know what's going on. And now it's stuck. Oh. Go away. Anyway, sorry, I can't, my email won't send it out at the moment. So anyway, it's appeal number 422. The property address is 1243 Post Road. The owner of the property is RK Brick Block 3 LLC. The town has an appraised value of $2 million. I think we realized after the first one that this is assessed dollars. So if someone can calculate that, right? Yeah, the mail failed on me. All right.
Which appeal number was this again?
422. So we didn't realize it till the second appeal. I probably didn't go back and update my notes. Town value is $2,865,700.
That's the appraised amount
Right.
on the card.
And then what he asked for was $1,605,100. So I just need to know what that is in appraised.
1,605,100.
Yeah, divided by 0.7.
This is Harold. I see on, for 422,
Yeah.
the requested value is $2,293,000.
That would be right. That'd be
Okay,
correct.
so I must have fixed it in the spreadsheet and not on my notes. Okay, so I will make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the requested value to $2,293,000.
This is Harold. I'll second.
Okay. Let me just type that guy in here.
Am I doing this one? I didn't get the Excel sheet yet, but I was just recording it.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. Yeah, it's not going out. So all you really need to record is the time that we started. That's the most important part. And then who makes the motions.
Yeah.
And then, so this is a mixed use property. It's got a couple of residential tenants in it. They don't pay the taxes. The building does. The landlord doesn't get reimbursed for some of those. I think it's 50% residential. I think he's got 6,554. On some of these mixed use units, he was talking about, the hallways and that the town has it as 8,000 square feet, but really there's only 6,554 square feet of rental space. 25% is open and not really rentable space. Those are interior hallways with the residential. It's the building that has Pronto, Finn, and Franzen Architects in it, and then it has residential above that. So, and then one of his appeals has all of the lease comp summaries in it. It was added. I don't know if it was uploaded to every appeal, but he generally put most of all that data into one spreadsheet and submitted it at one point in time. So again, his claim was mostly on the, the rental space. And he gave me different figures for an 8% cap rate of 282, 7% cap rate, 322 per square foot. Yeah, this one does have it in the back, the rent roll and things, but I think it'll be for all of the properties, the way you explained it to me.
It's not all the
This is
properties
Rob.
being the lease comps summary report, or is that?
I believe so, yeah.
Go ahead,
Kathleen,
Ross.
this is Ross.
Yeah.
Page 5 is is the 8,138 what he's saying is the net leasable area?
Page 5. Yeah, he lists it there as leasable building area, but that's what he said to me was that, you know, the town has 8,000 square feet and he has 6554 rental space.
Okay.
So I'm not sure why he lists the 8138 there. Unless he was looking at the whole building. Then he came down to the 2 point.
This
Actually,
is
the town
Harold.
is at 2.8. So maybe that's the, yeah. He
So,
came to 2
this is
point.
Harold. He has two arguments. One is income-based, and the other is comps. Is that correct?
We didn't do any sales comps. Is that what you're talking about for comps?
No. Well, didn't he mention some other properties?
Not as comps. He mostly talked about the rent, expense-wise. And that,
Income.
you know, how those mixed-use buildings rent out and that there's open space in the hallways.
Well, I was referring to the lease comps that we see on page 12. Okay.
You know, he doesn't have typical long vacancies with residential, but the other spaces take longer to rent.
So kind of to, I think what Ross was saying is that in his spreadsheet on page 6, he has the 6554 leasing space, right? And it's 100% leased. So is there really 1,500, 1,600 square feet of hallways or non-leasable space? I guess where is that difference? Or is it that it's not being rented and you only put rentals there?
No, I think it's the common space in the rental units upstairs in the residential space, any hallways in the building. So, I mean, it's Pronto, Finn, Franzen Architects, you know, so I don't, and 2 residential in there. I don't know if Franzen's upstairs or not.
But again, is it really 1,600 square feet that's common area?
That's what he said, 6554 of rentable space, and the town has it at 8,000 square foot building.
Okay.
And this is Ross. I mean, this one's got, you know, quite a bit of info in it. If you wanted me to spend some time on it, I could look through it and provide some feedback. I mean, when I look at it quickly, there's a lot of, we agree on quite a few of the points. We seem to differ mostly on the gross income.
Yeah, like I said, this is Kathleen. I would rely on you, Ross, to evaluate these and beyond what I'm comfortable, you know, with an opinion on.
It's up to you guys. I mean, there's a lot here to digest, so
I know.
something I'll have to spend a little time looking at if you want me to.
This is Harold. Kathleen, I think it's your call because you're the one who met with the petitioner and heard them.
Right. So this is Kathleen. So he has, you know, 5 or 6, these are all the Cleveland properties. I'm just not, you know, if there was one or more that I felt, yes, I know more about this one than that one, or I understood more, I was more comfortable, you know, looking at it. You know, it's brick and wood, it's Bagel King. Some of it is the parking lots as well in that area. So it's all of kind of the brick walk properties. And it's not that he may not have a case. I wouldn't be comfortable, you know, recommending that. I would need Ross to recommend it. And if he's given enough information to help them out, It's just there's a lot, there's quite a few, and some include the parking lots as well. So Fairfield View Bookstore, I mean, that's another, I have that one as well. That's another one, the 1519 Post Road, with the Merrill Lynch offices and the karate studios. He was questioning, what the rates were in the basement of that building. I mean, this isn't appeal number, I'm not on 422, but those are sort of, the arguments he was making was that, the adjustments for certain parts of buildings, or that the cap rates, he has Apricot Lane and Victoria's Secret, which is the other half of the Fairfield View Bookstore, and 51, they split the parking garage in the back. So I don't know, I guess if you guys are okay with it, leave it up to Ross to decide whether he feels like he can add enough value for us to make a confident decision to grant something or not. I just know I'm not without.
This is Harold. The other option that we have is the one that was presented to me by the town attorney, and that is, as I see you have on page 7, the list of all of the appeals. There's sequential numbers for some, and then again, some sequential numbers and a few outliers. If you want to consider grouping them, and we can vote en masse, like we did earlier, we can do that. You have the option to do that as well.
I mean, how do you guys feel about voting on, making decisions on these? I can read, I can tell you a little bit more about the other ones. One is Sprint and Flipside. Most of the properties on the south side, and then there's also the Gap property on Black Rock Turnpike, the Vitamin Shop, all that big plaza.
Okay.
So,
I see Paulette's hand up. Maybe she has some feedback or suggestion. Yes, Paulette.
I'm going to beg for mercy, please. Can we just do this as one big group? Because we don't really have the qualifications to do this. And Ross can help us, but then he's got to go through every one of these like this, maybe. It's just too much. We shouldn't be doing these, like I said, we shouldn't be doing them more than $1 million. And here's the proof. I can do it, Harold, and just get it over with.
It's a good, this is Harold, it's a good recommendation for simply the fact that if we wait for feedback from Ross, then we still will face deliberations and voting. Whereas if we do vote en masse, then the appellants can still come back and determine what they want to do. Now, I know you spent some time in hearing these, Kathleen, and researching them, but I'm thinking of the time that we might be taking away from the real estate properties that we still have to do. And granted, we don't have the people here to do it tonight.
No, but this is Kathleen. I do have smaller, single occupancy commercial properties that we probably can at least talk about and decide whether we're comfortable making decisions. It's just these large commercial properties with income, income statements and attorneys, from Boston who come down to present the cases. I just, I know, I'm not comfortable, and I hear Paulette on that. And I just think it would be nice to make as much progress as we can. And if we, unless someone knows a lot more than than I do, I wouldn't be comfortable voting.
Well, in that case, right? I think that we should follow up, unless anyone here objects, to reading into the record for the minutes the appeals that you heard, and we can vote on them in the 2 or 3 groupings that we have listed on page, whatever that was. Page 8.
Sure. You want me to just read the numbers out loud? I can read them. There's only 10 numbers there. So I guess I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve appeals. I'll withdraw my previous motion or to just do that one, the 422. And I'll make a motion to approve appeals number 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 427, 469, 652, 653, 654, 655, 656 to the appellant's requested value, all of them presented by attorney Michael Correa.
Just to repeat, just for the line, 421, 422, 423, 424, 425, 426, 7, 469, 652, 653, 655, and 666.
There was 654 as well. So it's
Thank
652 to 656. There's 5 properties there, and then 421 to 427 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 properties, and then the 469 property.
This is Ross. I show that 655 was already denied on April 5th.
Oh, then maybe I took a bad note. I don't think I
Well, it doesn't-
presented any
maybe just-
commercials. This is Kathleen. I can check my paperwork, Ronique, before I submit the minutes and confirm, because I've got my pile here. They're not in numerical order, so
Well,
Okay.
yeah.
so,
655, I was wrong with that. Is that a Correa property?
Yeah, this is one of the Corriers.
Yeah, I don't believe we deliberated on any of the Brick Walk ones. Not that I remember. I don't know why I would have done that one and not done all the others. So I don't have 655 as being done.
Okay.
I don't remember either.
Yeah.
well, again, if we can correct any
Yeah.
anomalies in the minutes. So if you made the motion, is there anyone seconding it? I'll second it. So now, all those in favor of granting the appeals to the requested value in the series of appeals that we just listed, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? 1 abstention, Paulette abstains. And so the vote is 0-4-1. And Paulette, thank you for that recommendation. It saved us a lot of time.
Okay, no.
Let me see if I can't find
Yes,
one here that
yes,
I'm more
Paul.
comfortable.
Carol, Judy Zablack is not going to be joining us tonight. She's not coming back. And are we definitely done with the beach? Because those poor beach people are not as riveted by the commercial properties as we are. So if we're not going to do any more beach properties, I think they're going to call it a night.
Yeah.
Not for tonight, Paulette, so
Not for
you.
tonight,
let-
yeah.
no.
I
know
had 2 left, but I need to check my notes. I don't want to put them out there and have a mistake.
All right, so they've heard you say that, so they can log off if they're ready to. Thank you.
So it is now 8:01. Do we have some more appeals that we can cover now, or are we going
Yeah,
to?
I mean, I can do some more commercial if you want, smaller commercial ones. Or I can do, the nursing home. Let me know.
Well,
You can
this
see how
is-
indecisive I am. How about appeal number
We have
670?
an hour of time, we have a quorum, and if we don't do it now, we have to do it before we finish our sessions. So let's grit our teeth, bear with it, and continue.
I agree. So how about appeal number 617?
A fine number.
This is appeal number 617. The property address is 75 Ardmore Street. The owner of the property is Tycast Properties LLC. And the town has a value on the property of $819,700. And they requested a reduction to $566,000. I think I had 600 or something on the sheet, and they changed it in the hearing to $566,000. So I'll make a motion to approve this appeal and reduce the value to $566,000.
I'll second it.
Okay. Let me just call it
56
up
or
here.
66? 56, right? This is Ronique.
566,000, yes.
Oh, 566. Okay, thank you.
Yep. And so this is Ardmore Street is between like Home Depot and the Post the Post Road there on the south side. And it is he has an appraisal in the backup. And I don't remember if his appraiser was with him or his appraiser was on the phone. But he purchased the property in 2016 for $566,000. It was an arm's length transaction. Oh, wait a minute. Or was it?
Oh, it looks like it was a qualified.
Yeah, it was definitely a qualified sale. And I also have 2018, he paid that. And so this is, I thought we were doing beach all night. So you guys will have to bear with me when I look at this stuff, go back through my notes. So paid $570 in 2018 for the property. Sorry. And he has appraisal at $566. I said it was negotiated. It's an office and warehouse space. It's 6,200 square feet. He had 7 comps. He felt the best comp was the 158 Kenwood property that sold in February of 2019 for $700,000. That was 7,628 square feet, so $91 a square foot. He also comped 74 Linwood Avenue, office and warehouse, superior condition, but that's a much bigger property. That sold for $1,550,000. 107 Ardmore, larger lot, sold in March of 2017 with 8,100 square feet. So he eliminated the income approach, his appraiser said, because he's an end user of the property. So they went with the sales approach. It says it needs a new roof. It was just painted. He hasn't done any upgrades to it since he bought it for the $570 in 2018. I don't know if anybody has any questions or just to take a minute to take a look at the appraisal.
This is Harold. I'm looking at the appraisal and trying to look at square foot space. The subject has 6,216 square feet. The comp 3 is close to that, although a bit more.
Mm-hmm.
And you said it was what Kenwood he felt was the best comp, or Linwood?
I asked him that. He said he thought the 158 Kenwood
Okay.
was the best comp. And I think it's right, in that same neighborhood there, just north of, there's the 107 Ardmore too, but that was a little bit different. I mean, that's terrible. The appraiser must have been with him. I think he came in with him because I have a visual for him. So he must have been there. He was, it sounded like he, did a very fair appraisal. I didn't have, a ton of questions for him. Like I said, he's a small business owner, owns his own building. And, the appraiser was pretty confident. And I feel like he, did a good appraisal.
This is Harold. So I see numbers for square footage value on the comps, but I would have to calculate what it is for the subject property. But I think that the comps, if they're properly adjusted, are not irregular.
Yeah, I mean, there were not, a ton of recent sales. He went back to these other ones, but like I said, he felt that the Ardmore property was a very good comp because there was not too much difference in square footage and all that.
I don't really have any problems with the comps. I think they're good. The only suggestion I would have for the owner is to get a better paint time. Looking at this picture.
You know, this is Kathleen. Those streets over there are on the creek, and while those lots have, been in need of some attention, I think over time that's going to be kind of an interesting little area there because they actually have some nice water views of the Ash Creek and close to the train station.
So
Okay,
what did,
are
what
we
did,
ready to vote?
just one question I have. What was the price that he bought the
What's the
building?
town value?
No, the price he bought it for.
This is Harold. It's
570 in
70.
2018, March of
So
18.
he's looking for a few $1,000s less than what he's bought it at. correct?
566. It's a printing business. Yeah.
Is he looking for 100 or 566?
Changed it to
566.
566 when he had the appraisal. He put in 600 when he filled out the form, and then he had the appraisal done, and the appraisal came in at 566. So in the hearing, he changed it to the amount of the appraisal.
Well, if you look at the picture on the appraisal on page 4, the building's crooked. Okay, just joking aside. Do we want to vote? All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. 5 in favor, the appeal is granted. And maybe they can straighten the picture.
Thank you. I feel much more comfortable doing these small ones. Although I do have Aquarion on there. I don't know where I have my paperwork for that one, but that's another one I'm not sure we can touch. Let's see. Let's do appeal number 501. Kind of going through these. So this is appeal number 501. The property address is 540 Tunsis Hill Road. The owner of the property is Erickson and West. The appellant was Kevin Westberg. The town's value on the property is $568,400, and they're requesting a reduction to $480,000. So I make a motion to grant this request and reduce the value to $480,000.
I'll second. This is Harold.
Let me just call it up. I don't know if this is the one that I need to look at the picture. Yeah, so this one actually shouldn't have said that first. I think this one has a card correction on the age of the building, so maybe we should do that first. So I'll make a friendly amendment and change it to the amount of the card correction. I'm just looking at the bottom. I know I put it in. It's been a while.
This is Bernie. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My phone died, so I'm rebooting it. So I'm using my laptop audio. So right when you gave the appeal number, I missed everything after that.
Oh, sure. So well, we can pretend that I didn't do it then. I'm going to make a card correction, but it's appeal number 501.
Okay, so no one seconded or, okay.
Yeah, or did somebody second?
Harold had seconded
But
it.
it'll be a card correction. So they changed the building down to 1926 from whatever was not 1986. He thought someone fat fingered it when they typed it in. So just want to see where the corrected card ended up. Let's see, 568.
This is Harold. Is the correction more than the change that was made in the formal hearing?
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access.
Yes, this was separate. This came up in his appeal, so he did get looks like he did get a reduction in the informal. But if you look on page 29 of the card, the appraised value is down to 543,100 from the 568. And I'm going to turn the page one more time. I think that's because the year built was changed to, he said 1906, but Ross found 1908, so they changed it to built in 1908. It definitely says it's an older building, like most of the ones on the corner. So that reduced the value on the land. So I guess I should change my motion to make a card correction and reduce the town's value from 568,400 to 543,100.
All those in favor of that correction, please raise your hand. It's unanimous, 500. Card correction is approved.
And so now I'll make a motion to grant this appeal, or in part, or no, just grant the appeal and reduce the town's value from 543,100 to $480,000, the amount requested by the appellant. And I guess I need a second.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. It's John.
John seconds.
Okay, so again, he, like the last property, he primarily used sales data. He is an insurance company in the floor. I think he used to use the building himself, but now he's got an insurance company on the first floor and Heal and Care or something on the second floor. I believe it's 2,100. I didn't do with the card. Sorry, let me get the card back up.
2,100.
2,100 square feet. That's what I have in my notes. I think that's accurate. Yeah. Okay. So it's a 2,100 square foot commercial property. It's on the corner of Tungus Hill Road over there, just beyond the car washes. Nick's Auto was across the street. So it's as you're heading up Tungus Hill Road, beyond the car dealerships. I think there's a liquor store on the other corner. So some of the other properties that have sold, he comped 831 Black Rock Turnpike that sold in February of 2021 for $455,000. Says it's the same similar age building that has 1,000 more square feet. 86 Tungus Hill Road is currently listed for $425,000, smaller but more updated. 425 Greenfield Street was another one. 531 Tungus Hill is directly across the street. That's the Nick's Garage. Similar size lot, but it is a commercial garage and it was a foreclosure. So that sold for $350,000. He does show his income and tax returns. And then he had a couple more comps when he came in. 527 Tungus Hill that was listed for $799. On another corner, and 76 Tungus Hill for $473, 4,000 square feet, found on OfficeSpace.com. And then 173 Tungus Hill, mixed use, a lot larger, appraised at $450,000, $800. So, I don't think we can use the Nick's Garage because it is a commercial. It's not, it really isn't a similar building to his building, even though it's across the street. Whether you want to use the 831 Black Rock Turnpike.
I mean, his comps all are like fairly close.
Yeah.
To this location.
Yep. I just don't know, do we want to value this based on comparable sales? I don't know if his income.
Well, he does say that he is looking to put it up for sale soon.
Yes. And he didn't think he could come in because that's right, because he just had a knee replacement, but he did come in. He said Peter will come with him, but I don't think he brought, he didn't bring Peter. He came by himself.
Okay. Any further discussion or comment? If not, I'll call it up for vote. All those in favor of granting this appeal to the requested value, please raise your hand. I have 2 in favor. Opposed? 3 opposed. The motion is not granted. The appeal is not granted. The appeal is denied. Harold and Paulette voting for. The vote is 4-3-0.
No, 240, right?
3-0. We only
It
have
was just
5
two, it
total.
was just
Two-
Paulette and
two-
over Harold
yes,
that
two-
did, right?
2-3-0.
240. Okay.
2-3-0.
3
There are 5 of us.
230, right?
2-3-0.
Thank you.
I
Sorry.
found it interesting that he would ask us to lower the price when he's gonna put it on the market. Usually they want you to bump up the price when they're gonna put it on the market so they can get more for it. I
Did
just
you
found
look
that,
to see, yes, Kathleen, did you look to see if it was listed or not?
no, I didn't because these properties aren't really listed on the MLS that I use. They're listed, and I don't have access to that. Judy might, but I don't.
Okay, so I'll do another one if you guys are okay with that. Might as well keep making progress. So this is appeal number 240. The property address is 278 Kings Highway Cutoff. The owner of the property is Sailfish LLC. The town has a value of $894,600. And then the requested value is $650,000. So I make a motion to grant this appeal and reduce the requested value to $650,000.
This is Harold. I'll second.
And what was the number? I'm sorry.
Sure,
2-4.
number 240.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. And the appellant was George Shawa, not John Ambler. That was on the appeal list there. So this is a building on Kings Highway Cutoff. Enzo's shop is in there and carpet building. His assessment went up. So they were saying their assessment went up by 28%. Carpet City went down. They had to lower the rent on it. Again, this was, the COVID story. So they took a hit on the rent, $4,000 down to $3,500. So they took a hit of $6,000 annually on that. Gave me a couple of, again, they did the cap rate calculations. I think 6% was 655, 7% is 562. It did give me a sale. Let me just call up the backup here. Hold on.
Kathleen, this is Harold. When you have a moment, can you explain the appellant's fair market value and the town value as it appears on the petition?
Yeah, the town we have it. This is Ronique. We have it as $894,600. But if you're requesting for $650, then for the appraised.
That's what I have on my sheet. 650 requested value, and the town's valued at $894,600. Do you see something different?
On his, this is Ronique. On his filled out sheet, he put town value $626,200, but that's the assessed value.
That's the assessed value, yes.
So I think he was just looking. I don't know. This is Ronique. I just wasn't sure. He's got to be just requesting for $650 appraisal. That would make sense.
Yeah. Okay, and this also has the Enzo's Pizza and Deli in the building. So, that he said that business does really well with the contractors and all of that, but just that the largest portion of it was the Carpet City building, and they had to reduce the rent on that to keep them in. I think there's one sale. Wow, since I looked at these, let's see. $192 a square foot in Brooklawn. There was one Brooklawn sale, and then 401 Kings Highway East. He said the deli pays $2,500 a month in rent, and that's 600 square feet. The Carpet City, like I said, had been reduced from 4,000 to 3,500 a square foot for 2,400. So they have 4 times the space of the deli. So it's really when the Carpet City business, had to reduce the rent on that building that they've had a difficult time.
So in the income expense starting on page 8, it looks like, okay, it's a monthly potential. Yeah, some monthly, but then grosses it up to annual, takes out a few things. So that, okay, never mind. I was just going
This is Russ. Can I I
Yes,
just like,
please
if you're
help.
okay with it, I'd like to make some general comments about, how you look at an income and expense.
Please.
All right,
That's okay.
just keep it general.
So you want to start with your potential gross income. Okay, that's where you want to look. You want to look at what that building can bring in when it's 100% occupied. Then you take off for vacancy and credit loss. So that's an appropriate way to look at it. Start with gross, take off your vacancy, and that vacancy would be what you experience over, a holding period. And then you come up with your effective gross. On the expense side, you don't put things like taxes, mortgage interest, capital expense items. Those items don't go into the expense side because they can be different depending on, finance can be different for different people or whether they're paying cash. Real estate taxes, especially on a tax appeal, shouldn't be counted as an expense. The way you handle that is you do what's called loading the cap rate. So you start with your cap rate and then you add a percentage in to represent the taxes so that as your income and expense changes, that percentage in the cap rate changes the tax. So it's a tax, the cap rate is loaded for taxes. If you understood, hopefully I explained that well. So usually you're looking at about a 2% tax load into the cap rate.
So this is Kathleen. So can you use this particular appeal as an example? So it looks like he did include the real estate taxes in the expenses. So he should not have done that, right? So his total expenses should be about, not quite half, but should be about
Right.
$17,000 or $18,000. So his NOI should have been
the
higher.
taxes, right. The proper way to analyze it would be to take taxes out of the expenses.
But then where does it come, so on this sheet, he should have put him back in a different way, put him back in the cap rate?
No, and you'd probably want to take out the reimbursement for taxes in the income also.
Right, it looks like income. This is Harold.
Now that should be part of the cap rate depending on the type of lease you have. What type of, if you're triple net where the tenant's reimbursing you for all your expenses, you'd have a better cap rate than if you were paying all those, utilities and taxes.
This is Harold. Is the cap rate that he's using, the 6% and 7% examples, is that common? Or because I believe that I've seen in others a 10% cap rate.
It depends on the property.
Okay. And who determines the cap rate?
The market.
Okay.
The way a simple way to determine a cap rate is if you know what the revenue of a building is and it sells, you can just do the simple math to come up with the cap rate. There's other more elaborate ways of building a cap rate, but that's kind of the simple one. What's the property producing and what did it sell for? So you'd look to the market to see what investors or buyers are paying and what the rents are.
Okay.
So if we were to rework his numbers, does he, does it get him to the 650 or no? I guess, And then he also has sales in there as well, right? He does the average price per square foot of the sales. And he comes up with 680 based on sales. Square feet. And this is Kathleen, he was at 700 before, right? So he's looking to go down. And it was raised to 894. I don't know, did they have an informal? Look at that, I don't remember.
There was a change. There was
Yeah.
a change previously in 2016. And there was also an informal in 2015.
But not this year, yeah.
But I do notice that there's an increase in the assessed value of the building from the previous reval period to the current. But I don't see any indication of any improvements that were made to the building. So I don't know if the depreciation is taken into effect. Into consideration, I should
The
say.
depreciation is at 48% right now for the property.
Yes. The grade is.
So this is Ross. If you recalc the income, comes out to 42,175. I think his cap rates are reasonable. I'm not 100% sure what the right one would be without doing a little more research, but 6 gets him to 703. And a cap rate of 7 gets him to 6025. So a 1% is worth about 100,000.
Well, this is Kathleen. What was that first number?
About rounded to 703.
And the second one was 602.
Right.
Yeah, and he's asking to go to 680 or 650. And I do see the sales said 680. He said call it 680 when he did his recent sales. Brooklawn, Old Stratfield, Kings Highway East. Again, did it per square foot, but maybe that is how you do commercial properties more when you're trying to, figure that out for the sales. I mean, I can make an amendment. We can change it to 703. I feel that's a number
like the
that Ross
amendment.
was able to calculate based on the figures he gave us.
This is Ronique. I would prefer doing the amendment than going down to 650, or even the 602 number. But that's just me. But then again, he'd have to go to court anyways. So
He
if
can,
he
but
didn't
he
like that
doesn't
number.
have yet. He may not. It's a, single building.
Right.
And this is Harold. He does say on page 9, call it 680. So if we did 703, that would certainly get him very significantly lower than what the town has him appraised at now, based on the revised calculations that the assessor has done, and not maybe get him as low as he stated or what he calculated, but it gets him very, very close to it. So
This is
you know, if
Kathleen. I'm sorry.
to make an amendment to this motion, I think it would be viewed favorably.
This is Kathleen. Yeah, and he, like I said, he did not have an informal hearing, so I know Chris Kieran may have done some of these things with them in the informal. So, I think it's not like someone else has put their eyes on it, right? This one. So, I'll make a motion to grant this appeal in part and reduce the appraised value to 703,000. Is that what you came up with, Ross? 703 even, right?
Yeah, I rounded it to 703.
703, so 703,000.
All right, all those in
Ronique, I'll
favor
second
of
that.
grant, and Ronique has seconded the motion. All those in favor of granting the revised value to $703,000, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstaining? One abstention. So it's granted, 4 in favor, none opposed, 1 abstention on the amendment now to the original. All those in favor of granting the value to the in part to the revised value of $703,000, please raise your hand. Opposed? Oh, this is in favor of granting to the revised value of $703,000.
Oh, I messed up. I'm unapproved. I thought this was the original motion.
I have 4 in favor. Opposed? Abstentions? 1 abstention. The motion is carried and the appeal is granted in part to $703,000. The vote is 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstention. Thank you. Yes, Paulette.
I think that was an excellent presentation by Ross. It was very helpful and informative. I have no issue, but I'm glad he was able to do that. I learned something from it. But again, we have no business hearing these appeals and voting on them. None of us knew any of that information with enough certainty to make a decision on our own as a board. We had to have the assessor decide what the value should be. And that's not right. Whether his value was better than it was original, that's not the issue. The issue is we are supposed to be doing this, not him. And if we don't know how to do it, we should not be doing it. You go to the dentist. Do you go to the dentist to get your hip replacement? No, because he doesn't know how to do it. You go to the right person. We're not the right people for this. He should have just gone to court. We spend a lot of time on it, and it's just not right.
Okay. Well, what I would say to that is when I joined the board, I didn't know anything about anything. And I took on the responsibility to carry out my duties. So I think that's what we're doing here because we're already into it. And so we can't backtrack, really. I hear what you're saying. And in future boards, they may decide to do things differently. But these are the cards that we're dealt right now.
Yeah, and this is Remy. Oh.
Yes, Remy.
I mean, I totally agree with you, Paulette. I mean, it's just weird kind of voting on these. But I also think like any kind of small business, like this may be a little bit of a small business, they can avoid going to court by doing this process. But I agree with you. This is such a complex, like kind of case. It's weird voting on it. So I totally agree.
Thank you.
But this is Kathleen, don't forget, we have to, under $1 million, we do have to hear that, right? I mean,
yeah.
The over millions, we don't,
yeah.
But if they appeal under $1 million, so this one we had to hear anyway. Question is, do we want to send them to court or not? And as small businesses, right. I think if we can get some help and we feel confident in the help and it's a fairly simplistic one, and save them from going to court, I don't know. Everybody's different. So,
especially for these small businesses to avoid that. Yeah, totally agree.
And we have to, under $1 million, we do have to hear them. So that's why I've got a few here that are under $1 million. So, so if you guys are okay, I'll do another one. Appeal number 169. Let me find it on my sheet here. 169. The property address is 170 Brookfield Avenue. The owner of the property is Matthew Halleck. The town property is the town value is $764,900, and he requested a reduction to $455,000. So I will make a motion to reduce the requested value to $455,000, or to reduce it to that. To the requested value.
I'll second it.
And so Mr. Halleck came in, he's actually selling the property. And he said he sold it for $455,000, but it hasn't closed yet. I don't know if it's closed since then. Let me just click on the backup too. I don't know, Ross.
Yeah, I'm looking at the live data, and it's I don't see the transfer in there yet, and we are up to date.
Okay. So or at least I guess he's selling, it was on the market for 18 months. He owned it for 12 years. The new owners, I think he had the market for 475, he said, for 18 months. It's a mixed use building. And the new owners want to make it into a 2-family residential. So I believe he said they had a date on April 1st in front of ZBA for a change. So I don't know if that's because it's closed and the new owners are on the ZBA agenda on April 1st, or
Well, it
he-
hasn't closed yet, so, right, according to Ross.
we just may not have that records.
Well, Ross, you said you were up to date, right, with the transactions?
Yes.
And it's not in there, so it hasn't closed yet. So I don't know where the ZBA is, and is the sale contingent upon the ZBA change?
This is Harold. I'm looking at Coldwell Banker, and they have it listed at 475 and listed as a multifamily under contract. And that was updated 4 days ago.
Yeah, so again, he was extremely agitated and upset about the process. He wanted the process changed. He said he was going to sue the town for the way that we were doing things. He doesn't have any idea why he got the values that he got. He doesn't have any income on the property, and mostly, like I said, he was very upset. So
This is Veronique. What is his requested value again?
455. I guess he filled out 400 on the form, but I have it crossed out, and that he wanted to go to 455.
He said 400-ish, I think.
Yeah, it was 400 on the form, but he crossed it out and made it. I think that's the sale price. He says he's selling it for 455, so he's requesting the sale price. So why he's at 764, I don't.
But this is considered commercial, not, what, did he say anything about what the commercial aspect was about this property?
No, we really didn't get into that. He just mostly talked about how upset he was with the process and all of the swings in the assessment values. And, looking at the card, he did do a lot of work to the property, so perhaps that's why, the value of the building may have gone up a lot. Like I said, he was mostly upset with the process and said, "I'm selling it for this. I want to be done. This is what it's going to be." So.
Yeah, this is Veronique. Maybe it was because of the renovations, but I mean, the previous assessed in 2019 was 327, 390, and then it jumped to 535. So, but then again, like you said, there was a permit pulled, in April of 2019 for repairs, but I don't know.
Well, in August of 18, they pulled a permit, and in April of 19, it got completed. That had close to $200,000 for repairs from water damage.
Yeah, I don't know if that was a burst bathroom or what the reasons were for that. So this is Kathleen. Ross, do you have any background on this property or why? It looks like Paula went out a lot of times.
Yeah, this is Ross. I think, I don't know if there was a zone change or a zone correction on this. But I know the property became coded as commercial. Like I said, I'm not sure if it was the zone was changed or whether it was incorrectly entered. I don't remember, but I know that there was a zone change and that caused the value of the land to go up. I'm not that familiar with the permitting work that was done.
Harold, can a realtor list this as a multifamily home when it's when the town has it listed as a commercial?
It's just zoned commercial, Harold. It could still be used as a 2-family or even a single family.
It's on the corner of
But it's in
Thompson Hill, right? And Brookfield.
Yeah. It's in a DCD zone, the Design Commercial District.
Okay,
So that's what he said. The new owners are going to turn it into a two-family. That's a couple doors up. Didn't we do? I feel like we did some of the properties over. No, maybe we didn't. Right close to the Bridgeport lot, you know, up Tungus Hill Road there, just before you cross over into Bridgeport, you know, Post Road.
Yeah, this is Veronique. It looks like the listing was removed in February 27th, 2021, at 475. It seems like there's a pending or under contract sale for 475. So maybe we do 475.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. I'm just looking at the ZBA agenda to see if it made it to the agenda. Was the property address 170 Brookfield?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, so it's on the agenda. Petition of Matthew Halleck for a variance of the zoning, section 12.4.18, to permit residential use on the first floor and 100% of the structure. Permission to establish a second dwelling in place of commercial space, premises DCD zone. And that was a ZBA on April 1st. So sometimes they decide the same day that they hear it. So I'm going to check the minutes for that day and see if they approved it.
this is Harold. Looking at the interior, well, again, it's the zoning, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't appear to be a commercial use property. And in the description, it's talking about rentals generating $2,000 a month in rent. Or at least saying over the last 90 days, similar units in Fairfield have generated $2,000 per month in rent, to be more accurate.
Is that housing or is that like rental housing or the
Apartment.
office space?
It talks about completely updated multifamily house in sought-after Fairfield location, versatile property, offers many opportunities, live in one unit, rent the other, rent the second, rent both units to maximize return, and or capitalize on the tenant demand from multiple local colleges.
So it was definitely marketed as a multifamily and not anything about
That's
the
correct.
office.
Two family.
So this is Kathleen. I can't see the the minutes aren't posted yet for that April 1st meeting, but I'm sure that the tape is, and then we can also ask ZBA whether a decision was made, if that makes a difference or not, but whether he had to get the zone change in order for the sale to go through, contingent on that, I don't know. Or maybe that doesn't matter.
This is Harold. The interior looks very clean. It looks remodeled kitchens, floors, bathrooms, painted.
This is Ross. One thing, the remodel rating may not be appropriate on this because if the improvements were only to repair damage, putting the remodel rating on there does bump it, and it may not be appropriate.
How do you mean? What does that do to the value?
It increases it.
So it might not be, Ross, what you're saying is that if it had to do with damage, even though the amount was what we're showing 196 here, it wouldn't necessarily be because it's repairs. And so it wouldn't
Right,
be
and
that
in
full
looking at
value.
Right, and in looking at the pictures, the remodel rating is really used to reflect when something is really brought up to date, whereas this looks like it was just nicely redone, not brought up like you'd expect to see a modern reno.
This is Harold. So the town has it at 764,900 And the appellant, is that correct?
Mhm.
And the appellant is requesting $455,000.
I mean, we could go to the list price of 475, or we could take no action. I can go figure out, did he get the zone change? He was under oath. He just was, he was very upset. So, and maybe it was because he was trying to sell it and it was appraised so high. I don't know, but.
I mean, Ross, just not that I would want to make a card correction or anything like that, but if it got changed from a site index of commercial to a multifamily, would that make much of a change?
Yes, pretty dramatic.
It would be a substantial change.
I'm trying to do that now for you. I was trying to convert this to a two-family to see what it would look like, in case you asked.
Thank you.
And I did.
John's next question or mine? Yeah.
They better be two families that get along so they can share the garage.
All right,
yeah.
when I convert it back to a two-family, it comes down to $512,200.
And that's what it was marketed as. And that's what it seems like. That seems where it was marketed that way, and that seems where it's headed based on the testimony.
But sold, this Bernie, but sold for 445.6.
Well, it hasn't closed yet, but he says he's selling it for 455, and the new owners was on for 475 for 18 months on the MLS. New owners want to make it a two-family or residential. So he was, and you can see from the ZBA, obviously, if he was on the agenda, he intended to do that. We just don't know whether that was approved or not.
Looks like it's under contract, but you're right, it didn't go through yet.
If Ross, when the ZBA or if the ZBA approves it, it goes into the system. Would that recalculate the field card? And be
Yeah, we try to pick up those. This
Okay.
is Ross. We try to pick up those changes and reflect them.
And then that would
But it would be
change
for,
the whole
but
assessment.
it wouldn't be for until next year.
It
Sorry,
wouldn't
John,
be
that wouldn't happen.
yeah, unless we made the change now,
Mhm.
or said any card corrections that are based on that should apply to the 2020 grand list.
No, yeah, I mean, if you make a change to 455 or 475, unless they make some physical changes to the property, it'll stay there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Paulette?
Well, if he had it on the market for a while and it didn't sell for 475, but he says it's selling for 445.6, but it just hasn't closed yet. So we can't really verify that. Did anybody, I don't know who it was appeal, but did he bring the contract with him? Did anybody ask to see a contract or, talk to the realtor that sold it to verify that that's what it's selling for? Because if it is, then that's the market.
This is Ronique. It's actually 455. I was wrong in that, but you're right. That's why I agree. I think it should be 455. I don't think we should entertain the 512 figure. That's what the market is.
Right.
Yeah, this is Kathleen. No, he didn't, he wrote 400-ish when he filled out the form. And like I said, he didn't really provide very much. We didn't talk much about the property itself, other than that the process was, other than that he was selling it, he'd owned it for 12 years and was just very frustrated by what had gone on with the value of the property. So.
Right. Well, this is Harold. I mean, there is some price and sales history here. And I don't know if it was influenced by realtors or multiple realtors, but just to go back quickly, on September 1st, 2020, it was listed at $499. in October 3rd, a month, 3rd of October, a month later, it was listed at 520, and that dropped down the next to 499 a
And
day,
then sold for 75.
and then 475 on 10/9. And if we believe him, he sold it for what, 455, right?
That's what he's saying. It's under contract for 455.
Okay,
Yeah, is it, so Paulette, is it in the MLS?
It is in
It's
the
a
MLS.
Berkshire Hathaway listing, looks like.
I thought
I
it was
think
a
it's
Keller.
sold for 475.
What? Once again, my computer lost the page.
170 Brookfield Ave.
I just want to make sure I have the right one. Yes, it's on the MLS. It's both units are vacant. Let's see what else. It went under contract
475.
on 2/21/21 after being on the market for a total of 497 days.
How many
So-
Does
days?
it show final price 475?
Oh, I was in this house. Now that I see the picture, I was in this house, yeah.
Did you say it was on the market for 400 or 100?
According to the MLS, it says cumulative days on market, 497.
Okay.
It's a Keller Williams listing.
Okay.
I don't know this agent, but we could certainly ask him if he could verify the price.
I mean, I think, I'm guessing he's probably correct about the contract price, but the other choice, we can give him the list price for 475 if you want to do that.
Well, why can't we just verify the sale price?
I mean, yeah, or we can say, that until he told us the truth that it's at 455. I just don't know if it's contingent on the ZBA zoning change or not, then does it go back on the market? I don't know what happens. Maybe that may not affect it. So
well.
whatever you want to do, we'll go to the 512. I'm okay with the 512-200 number too, which is what it would be if it was a multifamily.
Oh, this is Harold. I don't think that the realtors would sell it as a multifamily home and list it at 475 if they didn't feel that was going to be a valid selling price offered. Because if it wasn't so, then I think that they would be liable.
It would.
Yeah, it may be complicated because it has that high tax. That may be one of the reasons why it's been hard to sell, because the taxes are high.
In lieu of the fact of having a contract, I think the market value would be the price that's being requested by multiple realtors, or offered, I shouldn't say requested, but offered through multiple realtors.
They had it on at $699 in July of 19, right? Didn't sell it, so it was $499. And he went up to $520. He actually raised it to $520 on October 3rd, and then took it back down almost every day.
It fluctuated, but the
Yeah.
current consensus seems to be, from looking at 2 or 3 realtors listings, of 475.
Yeah, I think
So I would not be opposed to a
Amendment?
amendment to that number.
Okay, I'll make an amendment to grant this appeal in part and reduce the appraised value to $475,000.
This is Veronique. I'll second that.
All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. Opposed? The motion is carried 4-1-0. Paulette opposed. Now, for the original motion, all those in favor of granting in part to the value of $475,000, please raise your hand. I have 4 in favor. Opposed? Abstentions? 1 abstention. Paulette abstains. Well, So the vote is 401. Thank you. So it's 2 minutes before 9. I think it would be too late to start another one. We've had an extremely long session, and I thank everybody for hanging in there. So tomorrow we're starting at, is it 6 o'clock we feel, or 5? Do we know?
So this is Kathleen. Let me take, we've been doing this so long, I'm getting behind and trying to figure out what we're doing the next day until like 11 o'clock at night. So what's tomorrow? April 21st?
Yep.
Correct.
Catherine is available as early as 5. So without knowing what Judy's plans are, if Ronique is okay at 5, we can start 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can start at 5.
That would be great, and I think that we would have Alexis later on in the evening, and so focusing on the beach properties with Peter and Alexis should be our goal. Yes, Ronique.
Are you good with 5 o'clock, Ronique?
Yeah, I was just saying good to 5.
Okay, good. Yeah, this is Kathleen. And don't forget, Catherine has, now Catherine may be the one with the most left because she's got quite a few. She's got some commercials and she's got about 12 in Mill Hill. So I know she's going to be anxious to have at least 5 on, of her Mill Hills done. So perhaps we start those at 5 o'clock because we don't get Peter until 6:30. We don't get Alexis till 6. So if you guys are okay giving her the floor at 5, I'll give her a heads up that she's on at 5.
And if we could start at 4, if we have a quorum, you'll let us know.
It would be Judy. Yeah, I could ask her. I don't know who. I guess we could do more commercial, right? Judy's got a commercial too. So, okay. Or Ronique, is 5 better for you? If so, we'll just say 5.
I can do 4. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Let's do 5, and then that way we can be assured to have a quorum, and we'll start, as you say, for the first hour to an hour and a half with Catherine's and commercials, and then we will move right to the beach.
Okay, so you don't want me to ask Judy about 4, is that what you said?
I think the preference is to start at 5. Is that correct, Ronique?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Well, let's shoot for 4 then. I mean, we need all the time that we can get.
I'll see, maybe.
We'll
Yeah,
spend
this
the
Kathleen,
2
I'll see what Judy says. Yeah, okay.
5 for 4. Yes,
We know
Paulette.
we have it at 5.
Yes,
I just had a
Paulette.
question. I just had a question about the last appeal. I didn't get to ask because everybody was going so fast, but I just wonder, I just wonder why it is that we made a motion and voted for 475 because that's what he asked when we know he's not getting, when we're pretty sure he's not getting that. When a quick phone call could have straightened it out. It's $20,000, but $20,000.
This is Ronique. I thought the contract price for the sale of the house was 475.
I thought it was 455.
It was 455. I see.
Or I don't know, maybe that's what I wrote down. Maybe I was wrong, but I just don't understand why we can't just figure that out when we can spend 1,000 hours on figuring out how not to get something. Why would it take us 2 minutes to make a phone call and figure out what it's really in contract for?
Yeah.
He's just going to come back next year and ask us for a discount. He's going to get it, but it's just that much less work to have to do.
Yeah, this Kathleen, he didn't provide the contract when he came in. He didn't give any backup at all. He just, like I said, he told me what was going on, was very agitated about that. And also when Ross did for me anyway, when Ross did the calculation at 512, when it's a multifamily, I feel like that, sort of defines that he's in the right ballpark, and we can justify the 475 because we saw it online. We saw him go up to 520, come back down to 475. So he was bouncing around. I don't know, maybe there's compensation in other ways. I don't know. I was more comfortable with 475 just because we didn't have the paperwork. You're right. We could have called him and asked him to show us the contract. I didn't ask him that in the hearing.
And that is, the original appraised value was $764,900.
which was incorrect.
That's why we took it down.
Yeah, but 512 would have been what it was with the multifamily.
I'm done. I got the answer. I don't need to aggravate
Yeah,
myself.
that's my thinking. That's why I didn't go to the 455 because I didn't have the paperwork. But you're right. We could have asked him. I still think he's, it's in a good space.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
This is Veronique, I'll second. I didn't put that in the minutes, Kathleen, so you may have to do that.
That's
I sent it
okay.
to you already.
Who was it, John and you? Who made the motion?
John made the motion and Ronique seconded.
Okay,
Yeah, just so you know, you're down to 136.
that's what I
By my
said.
count.
Wow.
These are big. We made a lot of progress tonight. Yeah.
It's all thanks to Harold.
It's thanks to our town attorney and asking the question.